I'd like to call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? Okay, no public is questioning. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda if there's no modifications or changes?
Yes, sir. Motion to approve the agenda for February 16th, 2023.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Consent agenda. Purchase order log, anything? Anybody have any questions? Tracy's here. Internal budget revisions, nothing here this week.
No, sir, not this week.
Wonderful. Change in status. Here we go. I got a list of those. Alrighty, new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Ryan Alston Rudy as Animal Control Officer with an annual salary of $35,065 effective February the 17th, 2023. The new hire recommendation received from the Honorable Sheriff Nathan Harmon for Hunter Alexander Reef as an Animal Control Officer with the annual salary of $35,065 effective March the 2nd. New hire recommendation received from Tim Zaya, Community Corrections Director, for Ryan Peterson as a part-time driver with an hourly rate of $17.82 an hour effective February 21st, 2023. New hire recommendation received from Randy Lilly, Emergency Management Director, for Jesse Rubenthal as part-time firefighter with an hourly rate of $17.83 effective February the 16th, 2023. Change in status received from Randy Lilly, Emergency Management Director, for Joseph Fato, Aaron Files, Tim Sabo, Jeremy Taylor, and Jared Wall. They are going from firefighter 2 to firefighter 3 with a salary increase from $64,282 to $66,210 effective February the 16th, 2023. Change in status received from the Honorable Anthony Petrucci, County Clerk, for Amanda Perez. She has taken on more assignments and is receiving a pay increase from $41,975 to $46,975 effective March 1st, 2023. Letter of resignation received from the Circuit Clerk's Office from Elizabeth McCord effective February the 15th, 2023. A letter of resignation received from Court Security for Gene Miller effective February the 13th, 2023. A letter of resignation received from Central Dispatch for Noah Kenny effective February the 28th, 2023. And to remove Bethany Mummert from payroll for Central Dispatch Director per Central Dispatch Director effective February the 25th, 2023. That was easy for me to say.
Yeah, you all right there?
Yeah. Okay, and let's see. Nothing there to approve yet. Approval of the minutes for January the 26th, 2023 council meeting. Everyone was present, so they can be there. January the 31st, 2023 council and the Board of Review and Equalization. Everyone was present. February the 2nd, Berkeley County Council and Board of Review and Equalization. Everyone was present. And I got it already at the council calendar. We are here today at February the 16th, 9:30 council meeting, 2 p.m. Board of Review and Equalization in here. On the 20th, we will be closed for President's Day.
I want to make a mention. I believe on the 16th you had us sign a die.
Yes, sir, and we mentioned, as I mentioned last week, and it's not on your calendar, but we did post the meeting. You will have to meet briefly on Tuesday the 21st at 2 o'clock. Hopefully at that time you'll be able to go sign a die.
Sounds good.
But that meeting has been posted.
Okay.
And next we have 4 p.m. Historic Landmarks, 5:30 Main Street, Martinsburg. And see, on the 21st at 9 a.m., our own councilperson, Vice President Eddie Gokenauer will be on WRNR 11:30 Parks and Rec, 5 p.m. Sewer District, 6 p.m. Planning Commission, and 6 p.m. Stormwater District. You're having a busy day on
It's
this.
gonna be a busy day. I'm gonna pack my lunch.
Okay. On the 22nd, 1 p.m. CVB and 3 p.m. Senior Services. And on the 23rd, which is Thursday, 5 p.m. Library Board and 5 p.m. Ambulance Authority. So, anything else there that we need to look at?
I think I had a question about, Mr. Davis, you may know, with Ms. Perez in the clerk's office, is he doing a reorganization there?
He is.
Good.
Yeah.
Anything else?
He and I met yesterday to talk about some personnel matters and some of the things they want us to do.
Okay. Cancel calendar, board and commission calendars, we did all that. We're down to bond reductions. East Mountain Health Advantage Medical Center, file number 031-17, tied to file number 2211-325 and 2211-326, and R020-296-18, grading bond number 106806466, and the engineering department recommendation there. Do we have any questions or comments for Doug on that?
What is East Mountain Health Advantage Medical Center? What is it?
What is East Mountain?
It's the medical center right up there at 11 and 901. Not the WE Medical Center, but the one on the south side of the
Oh.
intersection.
Valley Health?
Valley Health.
Thank you, yes.
Okay. East Mountain, Valley Health, okay,
That's how the bond is.
okay.
It's not what it's called, but it took me a while when they sent it in because I had to actually go put it down. But I didn't even know where it was.
Gee.
Well, we gotta keep these names the same or keep everybody
I know
guessing
it's
one or the
Valley
other.
Health, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're right, so.
Alrighty, canceled check request from the clerk's office, in the amount, do we need to broadcast that, or is that? Not
No, sir, it's on.
just on the read ahead? And, still got one, is that the only one?
Yes, sir.
And, number 10, Potomac Valley Audubon Society permit fee waiver request for wheelchair accessibility viewing platform.
That must be at the Yanko.
Is that at the Yanko, or is this?
Yes, he said we've done this before.
Oh,
We've done these before. It's for, they've put,
This is at Stompers Marsh, sir.
Stompers Marsh, okay.
Marsh Preserve.
they've put in walkways and viewing platforms before and have always come before the council and asked you for a waiver of the permit fees. And in the past, you've seen fit to provide it.
Okay. I think that's all just part of the agenda.
Boy Scouts started a project there for them and waived the fees, and we finished it up with wheelchair accessible.
Thanks for coming in, but I think we'll just take care of that for you on the it's consent agenda, so we'll be good. I think it's all taken, it's nothing
They'll
separate, right?
approve it, sir.
It'll be approved,
Yep.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
We'll notify engineering.
Okay. We'll probably also have that coming up at the Morgan Park for fishing, possibly a fishing platform, somebody had mentioned. If there wants to be a project on that for Eagle Scout or something.
What, handicapped accessibility?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
They're just putting that out there to the World Wide Web there. Alrighty, the amount of the,
The total fee
was
waiver would be
$365.40.
$365.40.
Okay. And new honorary council person, and we have a, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going back up here. A motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Got a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion or questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion approved. Correction of assessment logs and enforcement. Nothing was provided by the assessor. Board of meeting reports. HD, we'll start with you.
Didn't have any boards.
Okay. You were the lucky one.
Two coming up this coming week on the holiday.
You're
So,
the lucky one today. Mr. Jim Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. I had a Berkeley County Board of Health, Berkeley Morgan Board of Health. It was in beautiful scenic downtown Berkeley Springs. They gave the departmental reports. Let's see. The EPI report was pretty much not happening. There's nothing of importance there. Nursing report was pretty standard. The environmental report, they closed Chili's. And of course, Blue Right Grill remains closed. And the I don't know where it is. I saw it there. They regretfully accepted the resignation of Marty Snyder. He is the Morgan County sanitarian. He will be taking the district sanitarian position in Carneysville. Now, this is not the sanitarian position that Richard Wheeler held, where he works with the sanitarians. This is a sanitarian position that is charged with inspecting things like DeFleur's chocolates, the regional jail, places like that are actually under
Commercial.
under state control, not county control.
Okay.
Glenn will assume the sanitarian duties in the lieutenant.
Well, just a question of what would determine the Flurry's chocolate being different from a restaurant?
Because it's manufacturing.
Manufacturing, okay.
Yeah, I
And
think
not
they
preparing.
sell more out the back door overseas and things than
Yeah.
they do out the front door.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're more of a chocolate factory.
Yeah.
Okay.
And of course, any of the hydroponic lettuce places, there's one on actually on Shepherdstown Road. If you remember Larry Clemens, Larry's Sub Shop,
Mm-hmm.
his property on top of the hill is now a
Hydroponic.
hydroponic. So he would inspect that, those kinds of places.
Okay.
There was no unfinished business and there was no new business.
So question, if they're sending Glenn to Morgan County, are they replacing him with somebody here?
Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, I'm sure they'll do that. But that takes quite a bit of time because nobody wants to be sanitarian. It doesn't pay anything.
I can't imagine why.
I also had a water board meeting, but I couldn't attend that because I was in downtown beautiful scenic Berkeley Springs. So Eddie will report on that meeting. He went to the water board meeting. So we'll report on that. And then I had an extension service committee meeting, which is an annual meeting for the extension service. We approved their budget, which then I gave to Alan, and of course they'll come in here next week to present it to us. And we had each of the extension program people presented their programs, and we discussed that, and then we dealt with the employment things that are executive session. And then we also discussed the upcoming office relocation, which will take place on March 6th or something
Yes, sir,
like
first
that.
week in March.
Yeah, and they'll probably hire a moving company to move them because of liabilities and all that kind of stuff. So that's basically my meeting.
Very good. Steve.
The farmland protection meeting this past week, and just a reminder that Mark Giovanni is leaving at the end of June, and they have a committee set up, and they've already posted the position, I believe, to replace him. So they're also just working to try to. They picked 4 farms to put into the program this year, trying to work out the finances now too. I'm not sure they're going to be able to afford to purchase all or buy the easements for all 4, but certainly they've got the top 2 that they're after, and I think they'll secure. So,
Is Mark's a full-time job?
yes, as far as I know.
Why are you looking for it?
But that's it. Didn't have any other meetings this week at all. So.
Very good. Eddie.
Yes, sir. Had LAPC meeting And they're still working, trying to get a grant for a commodity flow study. And the last one that was done included the rail and the highway so that you can have a good idea of what's going up and down, our transit system, which, and on the backside allows the hazmat team to make sure that they're properly equipped and properly trained to know what's coming through the county at any given time. And also they've started their planning with the emergency services group for the 4th of July celebration and the air show. So they've started that meeting process to try to get ahead of that. Mr. Barnhart said, I did attend a water district meeting. In January, they set 140 new meters, which puts them at where they were at the height of their business before the recession hit and the downturn in 2008. So those numbers are strong. They're really strong. I don't know what, obviously February will bring for them, but January was a very busy time for them and new customers. Some of their crews have gone to 10-hour days. Some of the crews stayed at 8, so it works for them. Some work like the 4-day work week, and some didn't. So it works out where they got all their times covered that they need covered. So, and the other thing is on their infrastructure money from the federal government, some of the equipment, I think the requirements is that it be made in the USA. I think which, everybody would certainly support that. However, some of their equipment is not available, manufactured in this country. So they will have to apply for a waiver to be able to get the necessary equipment. They want to try to keep the Potomac River pump station and the Bunker Hill plant with similar equipment. They don't want to,
Have to have mix and match.
Yeah. So they will have to apply for a waiver through the federal government for that. And also the Bunker Hill plant, the plans have been submitted to the state for approval. Very good.
I talked to Elaine about the new bus facility because there's so much federal FTA money that she has the same stipulation that all the materials and all the labor has to be
USA.
USA. That means all the steel, everything. So that's why they may not be able to do the entire. They're going to have to do that new location in basis. I think they're going to do the administrative offices first, leave the garage out on Novak Drive, and then once they can acquire some additional fund, add the garage. But that stipulation is that all the materials has to be American made.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I did have a meeting yesterday that wasn't a regular board meeting with the Roundhouse. We did the first meeting with people who are going to put in bids, and that was one of the stipulations there too with the federal grant money that the steel for the project has to be U.S. made. So we had, I think, 3 or 4 contractors there, so it was a decent turnout for the people coming for the first walkthrough for bids. We had the company who did the last project, and then Harley Miller, and I believe 1 or 2 others there.
Yeah, steel for manufactured here in the United States, that brings up a question with CMC coming. If they manufacture it here, but I guess what's recycled, I wonder if it'd be the same as if some steel was made in overseas, brought in and recycled and manufactured here. I wonder if that would be
I think
a
since it's a
question.
micro mill and they are going to be actually manufacturing the building steel, I think that would be considered domestic.
I would hope so.
And they always put a little junk metal in that stuff.
Mhm.
So it's foreign metal. I'm glad to see them requiring American-made products, absolutely. It just, are our manufacturers ready for it? That's the thing.
That's the thing. I hope it happens. All right, anything else?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Okay, I had an airport authority meeting. Projected revenues were steady through the month. In the month of, I think, December, it was goods sold was 50,000 and expenditures were 177,000. That was a little bit off, but the year to date it's 37,000 in goods sold and 1 million plus in expenditures. So a little bit on the air show update. A couple of the acts that will be going on the end of August this year. Skip Stewart does a phenomenal. If you look him up on the internet, you'll see what he has. It's a pit special. We had a preview last summer with one of our show acts with Mark Meredith, who came to the airport and did a little pre-show for us last year. There'll be a couple other vintage shows, or not shows, but static displays. That's the Having Vampire. Scott Yakes from Lewisburg. Him and his father rebuilt a P-51 Mustang, and it will be here. We're trying to get an airplane from every genre that the Air Guard had, and so now they're working through that. They're trying to find a couple of them are tough to get. There'll be a Golden Knights jump team from the part of the Eagle, or the Army Golden Knights parachute team.
Any World War I stuff?
As far as vintage, there will be reproductions. World War
Well,
One.
yeah.
I've got in contact with a couple people that they do. They have actually built replicas and like 3/4 scale of those. The biggest problem with those coming in, their landing gear is not suitable for landing on asphalt and
Really?
runways or concrete, because it's more of like bicycle tires or motorcycle tires that it creates an issue whenever the wobble factor. I'll just leave it at that.
Can't land in the field? or anything?
No, it's tough to get the FAA to agree to us to allow us to create a landing strip. I'm hoping that they'll let us do something temporarily for them, because those vintage planes, I can give you a website to go to that they are quite crafted machines. But anyway, if the FAA would give us a temporary use to have a grass strip, that would be most beneficial to the World War I stuff.
Yeah.
So, because back then, everything was on and off the grass.
Yeah.
So, let's see, what else do we have here? We had the vendors that they hired a company to provide sales of concessions as well as items and trinkets that are looking for local, I should say, maybe like the Boy Scouts, CAP, to help supply people to operate the vendors, and they will give 10% of the sales to that organization. So if anybody's out there in the county that wants to provide volunteers to be part of that program out there, that they have stand a chance to make some decent money for their efforts. Fuel sales were up 12% for jet fuel and 14% for 100 octane low lead. The charter hours for the services, they're down a little bit, but the revenue is steady. So the increase in cost of doing different things, of doing business, the revenues have stayed steady. So, and that was all that I had. So, any other comments or questions? All righty. We had a new application received from Leslie Gant for Orangeburg, Berkeley County Conventions and Visitors Bureau. If we want to have her come in. And also new applications received from Matt Howard and Clarence Martin for the Berkeley County Museum Board. Those guys, we can schedule them. And a little bit early for the bid opening.
Mr. President, if you want to do, we can do the state budget revision,
That'd be great.
since we won't have to wait on anyone.
Okay.
Were you expecting anyone? Before you is state budget revision number 8, which is our state budget revision for the month of February. As the council, before I get into the budget revision, as the council is aware, we currently have 4 capital projects that 3 are underway now, and hopefully next Thursday you'll approve the 4th. We have a $10 million upgrade to our HVAC systems at the Judicial Center and the Sheriff's Department. Both of those systems, or the Judicial Center in particular, the Judicial Center system is 20 years old and has been declared end of life. So we can't even get that service properly. So we have set the rooftop units for the Sheriff's Department, and we are working on the Judicial Center now. We also have the LED lighting. Okay. We have the LED lighting program upgrades at 4 of our facilities. That'll be Animal Control, Judicial Center, Sheriff's Department, and 802 Emmett Rouse Drive. That project is ongoing now. We're doing that at night so that we don't disrupt the operations, particularly of the Sheriff's Department and Judicial Center. And we have facilities employees that are with the contractors at night because, of course, we can't let them wander around the building. As you know, we have the renovations in the addition to this building going on. We started that last week. First phase is being done as we speak, immediately under Chambers. And then hopefully next week, we met with the architect engineering firm last week and approved final plans for the addition to the Day Report Center. The Day Report Center is financed through the bond, the 2022 A bond that you issued in December. The renovations in addition to this building, qualified for ARPA funds. So we will be using ARPA funds for that. The HVAC project is also qualified for ARPA funds. So that's about $20 million of ARPA funds. Under ARPA, we have to pay for the expenses first, and then we'll reimburse ourselves. So having said all that, if you look at the current state budget revision before you today, it's a total of $1,662,148. $1,526,525 represents reimbursement from ARPA. So we have paid for many of these expenses up front. Tracy works with me in tracking those expenses, and then we reimburse ourselves and we're getting it back into the appropriate line item. So since the last state budget revision, we've had 20 transactions that are included in this state budget revision, totaling $1,662,148. We had 4 reimbursements to IT, totaling $2,348. We received claims checks from the risk pool for vehicle claims that were incurred over the past couple months, totaling $5,435. And we also received a grant reimbursement for supplies and materials purchased through the Sheriff's Department in the amount of $43,540. I've also, and I think I mentioned it to you at last state budget revision, the council did some supplementary funding for some of the outside agencies. That threw those accounts into a deficit balance, so I'm correcting those deficit balances through the state budget revision. So as you can see, I'm recommending that we put the $2,348 of payment for IT services back in supplies and materials for IT. $25,000 will go into the account that we use to fund Main Street Martinsburg. $43,540 will go back into supplies and materials for the Sheriff's Department. $5,435 is the claims funds that we received from the risk pool. That will go back into the central garage account. $10,000 will go into the account that we fund Safe Haven Child Advocacy Center out of. We will put $63,085 into the catch-all account that we call Arts and Humanities. That represents $10,000 for the Boys and Girls Club, and the $19,000 distribution to, or I'm sorry, the $25,000 to the Boys and Girls Club, $38,085 to the Roundhouse, $6,000 into Morgan Cabin contribution, $1,550 into the account that funds Landmark, and $15,500 into the account that funds Meals on Wheels, CCAP Loaves and Fishes, Hospice, and Red Cross. $5,000 into the account that funds CASA, $60,000 into the account that funds EPTA, and the remaining balance of $1,424,690 will go back into the capital outlay buildings account, which is what we've paid some of these capital expenses out. So go back into that fund as ARPA reimbursement.
Okay. We are getting close to the bid opening. You want to give us a little bit of,
Do you
oh, I'm
this?
sorry, yep. Can I get a motion to approve the state
Yes.
budget revision?
Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to approve the
State budget
state
revision,
budget revision number one,
Eight.
number 8.
Fund 001. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed, motion carried. All righty, now.
Seems that I got the same problem you got.
Yeah. Mr. Davis, you
Your
wanna?
first bid opening today is for the LED lighting financing that I just mentioned. We are in the process of doing the upgrades to the lighting in the 4 facilities that I mentioned, 802 Emmett Rouse Drive, Animal Control, the Judicial Center, and the Sheriff's Department. We have been, you awarded the bid for that back in May of 2022. It's taken us a while to get the product on site. When you did your last tour of Central Garage back in December, you saw the pallets of the lighting. That was all the product that had been delivered.
Was it all the product or just all that had been delivered?
No, that's all that had been delivered to date. And it's been kind of coming in spits and spurts. We do now have, the week before last, we received all the product that we needed, and we started the installation last week. We paid for about $1.5 million. So far, it's about a $3 million project. We paid somewhere between $1.5 million and $2 million out of the general fund. As I look at the general fund, could you pay cash for the $3 million project? Probably. Will you have your unencumbered fund be large enough at the end of the fiscal year going into next fiscal year to meet the demands of your expenses for July and August? Maybe. But do we really want to take that chance? So at the direction of the council, we discussed this a month or so ago. We did put the RFP for the financing and the reimbursement of the LED lighting on the street. Typically, when we do a financing like this, it's usually we do a 20-year fund. We ask for 20-year financing with a 5-year call, particularly if we're doing a bond. In this particular financing situation, we were only asking terms of 5 years. You can finance $3 million, particularly if the interest rates come in the way I expect them to. You can finance this $3 million over 5 years, and it really won't. It'll have an impact, but it's not going to be crippling. It's something that you can do. My concern with 20-year financing of lighting, although Gary tells me it'll have 15 to 20-year life, is what happens in 10 years if technology has so improved that the future councils decide they want to do another lighting upgrade. This way, it doesn't. We're always looking at long-term financing and things like that. Also, when we talk to the vendor about the LED lighting, the reduction in our utility bills, the return on investment is 5 to 7 years. So I'm hopeful that what we save in utility bills will help offset the cost of this financing. So at the direction of the council, we did put the RFP out, request for proposal for financing of LED lighting upgrades. It was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Thursday, February the 2nd, 2023. We do have a certification publication on file and in your packet. The deadline for bid submission was yesterday at 4 o'clock, and we actually received 8 proposals prior to the bid opening. We have asked for a lot of information to be included in the proposal, which there will be no need to read all that into record. We've asked for the location and address of the local bank, affirmation that a financial institution submitting the proposal is authorized to perform banking services under the laws of the state of West Virginia, name, address, telephone number, and email address of the local representatives, interest rate, of course, charged on the financing, including the methodology in setting interest rates, particularly if we do multiple drawdowns, which we probably won't. I would expect that as we get further into the fiscal year, we'll do a one-time drawdown to go back into the general fund. Origination fees, again, if the county does multiple drawdowns, will there be closing costs associated with each drawdown? I put that in there because when we floated the lease revenue bond on, it was a $5 million loan for the financing of our vehicles. We've actually done 4 drawdowns on that loan, and there was an origination fee for each of the drawdowns, so we wanted to know up front if that was the case. Of course, the term of the financing and affirmation that there will be no prepayment penalties. I put that in there because if we borrow the money this fiscal year and next fiscal year is as healthy as I think it's going to be, this council may decide you want to pay that loan off rather than carry that debt for the next couple of years. So those are all the things that will go into the spreadsheet. So what I'm asking for you to do today is just open the proposals, read them in the public record. For example, this one's from Summit Community Bank in Moorfield, West Virginia. Just say, we've received a proposal from Summit Community Bank, Moorfield, West Virginia, and set it aside. So there you go.
This was up to $5 million, correct, total?
This one was $3 million.
Just 3. Okay.
The remaining $2 million, which we may need to finish this building, will be separate.
Will be a separate.
Yes, sir. In fact, we're going through the underwriting process now. We used Cam Sechrist with Bowles Rice. We're actually treating them as 2 separate loans. One's called a 2023 loan. One's called a 2023 A loan. One's called a 2023 B loan. So we're keeping them separate because they're actually 2 separate projects.
That would be the lighting for this building,
The extra money, right. Plus, this particular loan goes over multiple buildings, which will be 4 buildings. The 2023 FIBA loan would be for this building alone. So, and I think Anthony, next week, you're gonna bring in the order, the resolution for what we're doing.
Okay, bid number 1 was from Summit Community Bank or Summit Services. Summit Community Bank out of Moorfield. Is that all you want now,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Davis? Okay.
Tomorrow morning, I'll work with Tracy and Penny, and we'll put together a spreadsheet, which outlines, all the questions that were asked, and we'll send it not only to the council, but we'll also send it to all the vendors that submitted, proposals.
Bid number 2, Jefferson Security Bank, Shepherdstown, I think is the local main office. How many bids did we get? 8? Very good.
Get them out of the folders for you. That's the next one right there.
Bid number 3 from United Bank.
Looks like a saw blade.
It's had some severe use, sorry about that.
There I go again.
Just number 4.
Yes, sir.
Number 4 is from CNB, Berkeley Springs. Is that CNB Inc.? Oh, it says Martinsburg, 400 West King. Huh? Yeah, it's Martinsburg, 400 West King Street, West Stevens Street. No, Berkeley County Council, I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. 101 South Washington Street, P.O. Box 130, Berkeley Springs. I'm sorry. I'll get it right. And number 5 is Bank Funding LLC,
FedEx. Yeah, please. They have the time.
Boyd's, Maryland.
I make this part of the record also. Thank you.
First American, 211 High Point Drive, Victor, New York. Pretty far reaching.
Yes, sir. We had a good response.
And Cardi and Company,
They're out of Charleston.
Charleston, West Virginia, Sumner Street. And last, is this the last one?
Yes, sir.
Cognate Bank. Cognate, Cogent, I'm sorry, C-O-G-E-N-T Bank, Orlando, Florida.
Wow.
Okay,
It says something about the county's financial
reach.
reach.
Yeah. And with that being said, that's probably the best reason why the county's in pretty good shape. So we'll give this back to the administrator. He can sort through them and then
We'll have
come back
everything.
with a recommendation.
We'll have the table done. Well,
Hold on.
Gentlemen,
We'll
Hold on.
make sure that you get a spreadsheet that has all the proposals on it. And if you have any questions, give me a call. I know both of you. You know where to find me. Thank you.
I think they both know where to find me too.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, that concludes the bid opening.
One of them.
One of them.
But that's one of
That's the first one?
Yeah.
That's why I saw on top.
And 1010, another bid opening for RFP for SWAT vest, Sheriff's Department.
This is a request that was put out by, or an RFP that was put out at the request of the Sheriff's Department for SWAT vests. It was distributed and advertised. It's actually 14 SWAT vests to include the front plate bag in different sizes, as well as some other things, flashbang, flat, things like that. A total of 14 vests. It was distributed, it was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal. Certification of publication is Friday, February 10th, 2023. That certification publication is in your file, in the file and also in your packet. The deadline for bids was 4 o'clock yesterday. We received no bids.
No bids.
So we'll go back and revisit that. And that's not unusual. We've had problems in the past finding
Vendors.
If you remember, we've had problems finding vests.
Vest.
And even when we do award the bid, we just canceled a bid for some vests that we had ordered for court security because the manufacturer told us that they were no longer available. So that's just kind of like ammunition. It's been a problem.
They don't have to be made in the USA.
No, we're using local money for that, so.
May never get a bid if it is.
Alrighty, next. Mr. Will Lawrenson, fiduciary supervisor, state hearing for James Edwin Keel.
That is correct. Good morning, council.
Good morning.
We're seeing a lot of you lately.
It's going to continue, unfortunately. On November 10th, James Edwin Keel passed away, a resident of Berkeley County, West Virginia. On December 28th, 2022, Ms. Leslie Crable, Senior Vice President of Bank of Charlestown, presented my office with Mr. Keel's certified death certificate and a copy of his purported last will and testament. Ms. Crable also presented my office with a petition to probate the copy of the will, Mr. Keel's will, in solemn form, along with a nomination waiver from the decedent's niece, beneficiary, and named executrix, Lisa Smith. On January 3rd, 2023, hearing notices were mailed to all identified beneficiaries, mostly local charities, as well as Ms. Smith herself, the sole heir of the estate. To date, no objection has been received from any party. Absent any objection from any interested parties present here this morning, I ask that this council consider probating the copy of Mr. James Edwin Keel's will in solemn form.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Mr. Lawrenson? Can we have a motion to accept the
Copy of the will in solemn
copy of the will in solemn form?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Motion carries.
Are they always seniors?
No.
I was afraid of.
Very, very many of them coming down the pipe they're going to require fiduciary commissioners to be present also.
I'll let you fill the date in there, if that's okay.
Yes. Thank you. That's all I have now.
That's it? Okay. Well, by golly, look at that. We're a little bit early for break. All right. Anything that we want to? We'll take a break until 10:45. Okay, we're back in session and we have Mr. Young and Ms. Hellman for presentation of fiscal year 21-22 financials. Good to see you.
It's a pleasure.
I get to see her more than you so at the other meeting, so we need to keep you more busy, I guess. What do you think? I'm just kidding.
With her out, I don't have to be as out as much.
Oh, okay.
Don't ask her how she's doing, because she'll look at Chuck and roll her eyes. And you'll-
Same thing I do, Joe.
She went to the dentist yesterday, and I was joking with her the whole day. So very good.
Was she on nitrous oxide or anything, or did you
No,
get her?
it's just when your face is a little puffy.
Oh, okay. Ouch.
The council all has hard copies of the financials. That way, if you want to make notes as you go along, I thought it'd be easier to do that.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to go over the financial statements with the council. We appreciate that. We've been doing this for several years. Every year gets a little bit better, a little easier. We've always had little bumps in the road, bumps and highs and lows in the road. But it's always a pleasure working with staff. Sherry's been excellent to work with. Also, thank the commission staff, Penny, Alan, Penny, and Tracy, and also the grants department. They're becoming more and more intricate part of the financial statements with the grants that we've been receiving over the past with the COVID grants and all the other smaller grants that we received. Generally, if you read the financial statements, the county stronger this year than it was last year. Several areas of revenues increased. A couple areas that decreased was some of the grants because the COVID money came through. A lot of that money was pushed through last year. It's almost like an anomaly. But mostly all the other revenue sources seem to be coming in strong and a little bit better than last year. Balance sheet is much stronger. The fund balance is strong, but the carry forward is not as strong as it has been in the past. A lot of that has to do with the grants. For the building commission, not as much going on this year as it was previous year. Previous year, we had all those bond refinancings when the interest rates were real low. Great timing. The only thing that was left was a bond that was defeased. That rolled right through. Also, while we go through the financial statements, one thing to keep in mind is, we're part of the PERS and DERS, and a lot of the pension notes and how those reflect in the financial statements, since we are a participant in that program. A lot of those, how things with the information that rolls, the pension activity is basically 12 months behind. So the pension activity that's reflected in these financial statements is the right stuff. It's just a little bit older. But that's 6/30/21 numbers. And everybody knows what happened with the market recently. So I expect some of those numbers, when we look at this next year, some of those pension numbers are going to flip around and cause almost a negative effect to the county government-wide financials. Just to give you a little bit.
And if you'll remember, last fiscal year for the PERS contribution, it was 10%. This current year, they rolled it back to 9%, and we said then it didn't really make sense. But for purposes of your budget, I never rolled it back to 9. I kept it at 10 in anticipation that next fiscal year, we're gonna have at least probably 1% uptick.
I would think there should be an uptick for that, considering what has been going on in the current market.
And also next year, it will show our EMS pension where our firefighters are at.
Correct.
Yes.
So we're anticipating an uptick next year. So we have that. We hope.
If we go back 2 pages where you have the major the funds, just mention that the health department's the only new fund for this year. Occasionally we'll have a new fund added or taken off, but basically the new fund's the health department. And if I go too fast or too slow, please let me know. If we roll to page 8, you'll see there's 4 columns there. Primary government, which is the governmental activities, which is the general fund and all the special revenue funds. The business activity, which is the building commission. Then we have that component unit as the development authority. And the Development Authority is a component unit because of our relationship with the Development Authority and our ability to appoint members. But it's not a blended component unit like the Building Commission because we don't have that, we're not as close to them as we are with the Building Commission, as in the financial relationship. Under the general government activities, you can see your cash equivalents. You see 49 million. Last year, that was about 36 million. So you see that increase. Moving down, you see that net pension asset, as I mentioned earlier with the pensions, that's 7.9, almost $8 million. That actually was a $6 million liability last year. So with everything going on, I suspect that would flip back to a liability going forward. It just was an anomaly with the year previous market was so strong. Moving down, land. Land increased almost around 350,000. Majority of that's dealing with the purchase of the 22 acres down in Inwood and the related house. The construction work in progress mainly consists of the health department. Improvements increased a little bit, mainly for a lighting project. And I think we're going to have another lighting project coming up soon. Machinery equipment, we bought a couple autos, computer equipment, stuff of that nature. Nothing major, no major real changes there. The deferred inflows, these are all those pension actuarial terminologies. They swing back and forth. I won't get into those too much. We have very little control over those. Those actually come from pension. We switch to page 9. Real number I wanted to look at here is basically compensated absences is basically increased about 200,000. Majority of that is just increased hours and also pay rates are going up. Because you always calculate that on the current pay rate.
We
Also,
have to calculate the accumulated sick leave and vacation that we have, and that's what that is.
Yeah.
That's what we're carrying on the books.
so the theory is if everybody quit one day, what would our liability be? That's what we owe.
That's actually going to be my retirement. That's my golden parachute.
You sure that's your parachute?
And just keep in mind, Building Commission paid about 2.7 million in debt off. Move to the next page. Under the primary government, under governmental activities, just go all the way down to the unrestricted funds. You see that's about 50 million. Last year, that's 33 million. So it did increase a good bit. Didn't increase as quick as it did last year. But it increased, it shows its continued strength. If we flip to the next page, and if you're not familiar with this statement of activities, basically, when you do a for-profit, you always have the revenues first and the expenses. The governmental arena, they said, all right, we want to look at the expenses and look at the revenues that use to support those expenses, the programs. So you can see the expenses there. General government, 23 million. Last year was almost 22. So that increased a little bit. Some of that's dealing with the COVID. Money's coming through. Cultural recreation last year was 1.4 and it increased 1.8. The other thing to note, under operating grants and contributions, you see it's 13 million. Last year was 16 million. It's just the flow through of those COVID monies. Going forward, that number should decrease substantially after getting through those programs. Moving down to the middle of the page, ad valorem taxes, property taxes, 25 million. Last year was 24, so you see about $1 million worth of growth there. The other one I want to note is the other taxes, 5.6. Last year was 4.8, and I'll go through that a little bit in a couple pages. You move on down, you see the net change in position is 18 million. Last year it was 20 million. So, yeah, we had a good increase, just not as good as last year. I think I calculated the pension effect was about 3.9 million in the numbers.
Next year, you may have to make this a little bit bigger print.
That one page is a little tough.
Gary, next year we can put them by 11 by 17.
That's what you did on the iPad. made it bigger.
Did you? Okay.
That or I could put it up on one of the screens, I can bring the computer in.
I'm just picking.
Yeah, but then they would need binoculars.
Different pair of glasses.
I had a question for you. I
Yes,
knew
sir.
At one time, that PERS was up to 14%.
It was.
At one time, but the employee share has never changed, has it?
Correct, they keep
It
adjusting the
stays
portion.
at,
Yeah.
what, 4.5?
It depends on whether you're tier one or tier two.
Okay.
If you're tier one, it's 4.5. If you're tier two, it's 6.
It is 6.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the new
That's the-
people coming
that's
into the system
The
after.
newer employees.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I think it was 14.5 at one time, that's back in the day.
yeah.
I had that number somewhere.
Wrong way.
Page
Choked
12.
him up last week.
Page 12, if you look at the cash and cash equivalents, this is the general fund alone. Last year was 16 million. You see it increased to 26 million. Taxes receivable, this year is 1.3 million. Last year was 1.2 million. So basically, it's the increase of the tax revenues. It's just a timing thing with the collections. It's running just like it has in the past. Over at the American Rescue Plan, last year had about 11 million in there. Last year had about 11 million, almost 12 million. It's 13 now, and that's with moving almost 10 million to the general fund.
And that's reflecting the HVAC system that we're paying for out of the general fund.
If we could go to page 15. And this is just a breakup of all the governmental funds, the major funds and non-majors to the right. You can see the property tax revenue. Basically, all the revenues on this number is higher except for the payment of lieu of taxes. And we expect that will go up in subsequent years because of the pilot programs. The only other decreases is the grants for federal and state. That's reflective of some of the COVID monies. But your property taxes, as mentioned, 25 million, last year was 24. Hotel motel, 870, last year was 555,000. So, people are starting to get out and about. Other taxes, 4.4, last year was 3.6. So it's all positive. Any questions on that? Don't want to get into too much of the details.
Hotel
If you-
tax is gonna be more this year, this current year, that hotel tax is even, probably gonna hit $1 million.
Yes, that'd be great. And,
I've got a question, but I don't know how to ask it with the hotel motel tax. Being it's sort of a pass through, but we still have to book it to show it
Yeah, it's a revenue source.
source. And then that revenue source is then given as another revenue source
to somebody
to,
else.
to somebody else.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, it's we're collecting agency.
And when we'll do the adjustment, for example, we budgeted 600,000, we know it's gonna be closer to $1 million. So at the end of the year, because that money's coming in and is reflected as hotel motel tax collected, but when you look at the accounts for particularly CBB, if we budgeted 300,000, which they're half, and they get over 500,000, then it actually shows up as a deficit. So then we have to go back in and adjust our hotel motel revenue from 600,000 to $1 million, but then we have to do the subsequent adjustment to the CBB and Parks and Recreation, so that they're not showing a deficit balance. So it is a flow through, but it does affect our financials. We have to make the adjustments as we go.
Okay. Just,
Needs to be a net zero adjustment.
We do our best.
Not like there's not a lot of numbers on there. Page 28. Just wanted to mention on page 28, just in the middle there, the assessed valuation for tax purposes, the reason why the property taxes are up. You can see the assessed value is 4.0 there. Last year it was 3.8. Class 2, 1.9. Last year was 1.8, almost real close. In class 4, 516, 513. So the assessments are up, but the assessed current expense has stayed the same. That's why the tax revenues are up. I'm gonna jump a bunch of pages because I was wanting to not go through all these pension rates. It cause drowsiness. Can we go to page 51? Page 51 is actually in the middle of the note concerning the pilot programs. Probably about 5 years ago, we only had a couple pilot programs, but they have really exploded. The last two down there are the Porter Avenue, 2 Porter Avenues, and you flip the page is the Winchester Avenue. All that's related to the mill project. So those are the new pilot programs that went in effect during this fiscal year. And if you look at our subsequent event note at the bottom there, we have a new pilot program that has not gone into effect yet. There'll be a 6/30/23. That is that CMC steel plant. I believe that's over by DuPont. So those are all positive things that coming in the door. Also shows strength. And the note above that is about the county purchasing the property on the north side of the courthouse. In the back, we have all the detail for all the special revenue funds. I don't need to go through all those. One item, if you go to package 71, page 71 and 72 is a listing of all your federal grants that we've expended. And if you get down to the bottom, it'll list them out, Department of Justice, such not, Human Resources, Homeland Security. But at the bottom, it's about $1.5 million in federal grants. That 1.5 really doesn't include any COVID money. So these are non-COVID monies that the grant department is getting for you. Great to see. In the past, we have, prior to COVID, we didn't really have a lot of grants. But we've been working really hard, and that number has increased. Really pleased to see. And I want to thank the grants department for helping us pull that schedule together. I know that was a very quick overview. It's just a lot of detail.
I know when Mr. Davis sent this out
I told him about the call.
on page 39, I was, as proof I did my homework, I'm like, whoa. Year 28 through 32, our principal jumps to 9.6. I'm like, what's going on here? And he said, oh, they're accumulative. I'm like, okay, thank you very much for that. I'm like, it just concerned me when I saw that. So
I appreciate that, and I understand when you read through this, it's a very long document. And after a while, your eyes get a little blurry. And it takes
no,
a little bit.
I wasn't blurred. I was just trying to educate myself,
Yeah.
you know, and I certainly, I'm like, oh, I got a question here.
I got his attention real quick.
It did.
Definitely appreciate any questions. If anybody has any questions, contact Alan or myself.
Your opinion of our debt load compared to overall finances? Pretty good? Reasonable?
I think it's probably lower now than it's been in years.
It has been.
With the revenue, that's even without considering current revenue sources. We haven't really issued any debt until just recently.
Correct.
And those debts that we issued, most of that was used to refinance old bonds that we got a lot better rates on and saved us a lot of money.
Yeah, we lowered the interest rates and shortened the terms on most of it, so.
So debt load wise, you're in a better position now than you've ever been. Because the reduction in debt that we've had, the better terms in debt we've had, and our revenue sources are up. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir.
Clearly.
We had a good year last year.
We've had a good several years.
But like I mentioned before, it was a good year, but not as good as last year.
Right.
Which is great, it's still great.
In spite of COVID restrictions, I think in some ways it benefited other businesses, and in some ways it hurt some businesses. But for us, I think it fared pretty well.
And this council has been very methodical in setting aside monies for quality of life issues. We have that fund that we didn't have a couple of years ago. You've set aside monies for potential health insurance increases. That fund has about $1.2 million. So if we get an increase next fiscal year, you have money set aside to absorb that. So you've increased the rainy day fund from what it was 15 years ago. So I mean, you continue to be successful through a lot of the decisions that you've made through refinancing and actually looking ahead to what you might want to do in the future and in preparing for that. So,
And still being able to lower the tax rate.
your lead rate's been rolled back twice in the past 5 years. So you're to be commended for that.
Any other questions?
Chuck and Charlie and Sherry have done an incredible job with your financials. We've had some messes that I think we're in pretty good shape now. But we've had some periods where Chuck and Charlie particularly were scrambling for some answers.
Over the years, we've had some challenges.
But they've done a great job for us, and I can't stress how important they are to keeping us. They give us that outside perspective. Been very, 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 very beneficial to the county, and I do appreciate all they've done.
As well as I. Thank you.
We appreciate working with the council. It's been a pleasure.
Hopefully we'll continue the same path and get all the same good news.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the goal.
that's my goal. All right. Anything else, Mr. Davis?
No, sir, you're good.
Steve?
I'm good. I assume then, what you're saying there, they monitor the account all through the year, not just at the end of each fiscal year.
Every month.
Yeah.
Now, your financials are being delivered today. We kind of put the cart before the horse this year. The independent auditors, Perry and Associates, have already spent time here in the building. They're sampling. I think when they left, the only thing they had to do was they had to do a little bit of testing with the circuit clerk's office. But I talked to Mariah earlier in the week, and they're done. So you should have your audited financials by next Friday.
And that used to be called your unqualified opinion. What is it called now? Is it?
It's still an unqualified
Unqualified
opinion.
opinion.
We basically prepare the financial statements that Perry comes in.
Awesome. Okay.
But we don't expect any fine. So,
Okay. Thanks again, Evan, for all y'all's hard work, and I'm not the most numbers crunching kind of guy, but I'm glad somebody else can do them, because if it was left up to me, you wouldn't want me to do it. So I'm glad you went to school for it, because it's something that it does take it takes that certain want to do.
And skill set.
And skills, yes.
It's very complex too. It's just not,
It's not easy,
it's very complex.
Yeah.
not easy anymore.
It's not like it used to be.
No. And, the staff here, Alan and his staff members, just makes it easy for us because the information we need, we get it almost immediately. that makes it pleasurable to work on.
Very good. Well, thank you all very much, and we will be in touch if we need anything, and as well as please be in touch with us if you all need anything.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Charlie.
you.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks, Sherry.
I have a question. Review the services, their services contracted in.
It is through Corp's budget.
Through the court.
Yes, sir.
It's by code, of course.
Yeah.
So it is contracted.
It is, yes, sir. Now,
Okay.
He comes in and presents next week. You'll see he cut his contractual services a little bit. It's only because of Munis. We had increased it a little bit because of Munis, but now that Munis is in place and operational, we shouldn't need it quite as much. Yeah.
Mr. Wine, you're next on the agenda. Run a little bit behind, but we'll leave that up to you.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Budget time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So both requests for IT and Central Garage are flat request from the previous year, excluding those salary adjustments for the increases. Both departments here just about perfect on those numbers. We could always ask for more, but we work really hard not to do that. We address all of the efforts in trying to stay ahead of the curves. The council has blessed the fleet side and all of its departments with a plan to outfit and keep your vehicles current. Your fleet's in really good shape right now. You have 7 interceptors on order. As you remember, just last week you approved the additional 4, 2 for law and 2 for the home confinement officers. There is no intent this year to have any major purchases. This is a buy year, if you will, and Mr. Davis mentioned your debt service on the first round of money is gone. When, Alan?
Well, the loan one just expired.
Okay.
We just made that payment.
Okay.
Last purchase order. Loan number 2 will be paid off in October.
And loan 2 is the 30 vehicles, isn't it?
No, that's loan 3. That's the big one.
So probably
The
next
first 2
year.
rounds are gone, and we have not cut the capital budget for that's 960. Only because our anticipation is next year, of course, there'll be unfortunately, some vehicles that will be declared non-serviceable. This way we can just pay cash for them.
So your first 3 years, and those of you who are here remember that commitment you knew was going to be big because the fleet was old and in bad shape. We're in maintenance mode now, and I think if we hold the course, we deal with the accident-related total losses and things of that nature. I think our steps, we probably aren't going to see that big 30, 35 vehicle purchase window. I think we could probably work it through, even though they're all in the same department. Kind of rotate them around throughout the department and follow the mileage, so we keep a uniform distribution of mileage on the vehicles. We don't have one running rampant with others staying stagnant. So it's working pretty good right now.
Without asking the exact name of the automobile manufacturer, do you find one manufacturer to be more user friendly than another, you might say? Better.
Copain did retire, didn't he, with these kind of questions?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be allowed to say Blue Oval, would I? Because he'd throw a fit.
Yeah.
So I can tell you we have one manufacturer right now that is extremely problematic.
Okay.
We're having some major issues. In fact, I asked my boss this morning for about $6,000 to repair a 31,000 mile vehicle that is time-wise over. It's great. It's 36,000 mile vehicle. It's a month over expiration on warranty. It's crazy. We're having
No
some
help from the manufacturer.
Yeah.
Is it transmission or engine?
This is
Yes.
This is Heads. Big job.
And
Manufacturer
it has to do
owned.
with those police interceptors with the turbos.
Yeah, in this particular one is, if you remember, in 2019, COVID manufacturing, we couldn't get our hands on interceptors, and we ended up buying what they called pursuit-rated manufactured vehicles, and we're paying the price for that. They were the only option. we could not have gotten anything else. I don't want to point fingers at the manufacturer, but we've had nothing but problems with those 14 vehicles, 4 of which are total losses and gone, rotated others into a more lightly used scenario, but the remaining 9 or 8, 4 went back under warranty and had this same process. You can't preemptively ask, hey, we have 9, 4 were done under warranty, and one by one, sure enough, as they're expiring warranty or they're getting higher miles, the same thing is happening. And it's a known problem in that particular vehicle with those particular motors. So they're a pain. And we'll phase them out as fast as we can. They're hurting us financially, investing a lot of money and keeping them going. Other than that, we've had a really good luck with the true Interceptor, true police relative vehicles. But other than that, brakes, oil, and preventive maintenance, really staying on top of the PMs and not letting them get behind is paying dividends.
And we're doing all that in-house now.
You have a certified mechanic on staff that handles every piece of that. We job out body work and heavy lifting. We just had a transfer case in a 2015 Taurus that we had robbed Peter and had one stored, and one needed to come in. We don't have the tools or we have the expertise, but it's just too big. So we job stuff like that out, but it's nominal compared to what it was.
Okay. And we're finding with the vehicle market, when we total a vehicle, what the risk pool's paying us based on the value is almost as much as we paid for the vehicle to begin with.
And so, to give you an idea of these particular vehicles we just spoke of, we paid $39.7. Total loss on 2 that we lost was over 36.
Yeah.
With or without outfitting, or is
That's
that
without.
without?
That's without.
Without, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So we put that, when a vehicle's total, rather than put that in the 717, which is the central garage account, we're putting it in 960. And that's what we're using to buy cash, like these 4 vehicles that Gary talked to you. That's how we can pay cash for that, because we're putting the money in one pocket, but then we're taking it out of the other, but it keeps us from borrowing.
Right.
So on the fleet side, all is well. Costs are, we had the conversation when we started to invest and make the fleet newer that we'd see maintenance costs go down. Well, if you bought a quart of oil lately, specifically if you bought a quart of synthetic oil, which is mandatory in these new motors, our costs are up. Everything's up. Rates, it's crazy.
Buying about a 5-gallon pail, my own cost went from 74 to 123.
It's $151 for oil change in my truck.
There you go. So we have a synthetic blend that we run in as many as we can. Then we have a full synthetic that has to be ran in these new motors. We're talking the difference between $3 and change to $7 and change
Double,
on a quart.
over double.
Over double. But you have an option, with voice warranty, and those things get driven hard.
Yeah.
Very hard. So on the fleet side, all is good. Funding is appropriate. You have some contractual obligations in that budget that I left alone because we have 7 vehicles coming in this coming fiscal year that we'll need. If you remember, we outfitted the better part of 40 cruisers in-house using contractual part-time labor. We anticipate doing the exact same thing with the 7 that are coming. So all's ready. That equipment's ordered, hasn't been fully delivered yet. So we'll have everything here. So when the cars start to come in, that we'll get them on the road. And if you recall, we have the 6 engineering EcoSports that are going to the reserves. They want to retire some of those old Crown Vics the reserves have. So they'll go from a 2003 Crown Vic to a 2018 EcoSport. Probably, we're outfitting right now. So those will start to roll out in the next couple of weeks. So that's another reason when you unified and brought everything through Central Garage, we can identify the cars that can be repurposed and pushed out to other agencies, internal departments, or other agencies having to look at it. But it works out really, really well.
Very good.
And we've spent the past 5 years, as you know, trying to right size your fleet. The stipulation that the previous council had was when we went down this road to updating and maintaining your fleet is that, when we put a particular cruiser, when we put a new cruiser on, we're taking an old cruiser off. Gone are the days where each deputy had a winter vehicle and a summer vehicle. We don't do that anymore.
Your fleet has not grown since you started this. The administrations involved when you started this program agreed you reduced the fleet probably by 30 to 35 vehicles originally, and it has not grown by one since. Unapproved. I think you've added the DRC. You just added 2 home confinement vehicles to your fleet. You don't have them yet, but they're adds. But you've not done any additions in all this time. But it's been a significant investment. Probably all total around $5 million.
Close to 5. Well, the line of credit we had was 5, so it's been upwards. We've never exceeded the line of credit, but it's been about 5. We have a lot of that paid down now. We don't have our principal, but we owe isn't that big.
That's fleet. Anybody have any questions for fleet?
Can you change the oil in those synthetic? What's the mileage y'all use?
So they rate synthetic a lot higher. You
Yeah.
all know. We still do it at 5. They
Do it at 5.
say you can do it at
Some people say
75.
10 even. But
Not the way they're driven. If it were mine and yours, probably so.
yeah.
But these vehicles don't get treated like mine and yours, so we have found it much safer to change them at 5. And we do the synthetic blend still at 3. We don't have any. We have couple of diesel H1s. We don't have any diesel vehicles that we could change at that, but they're all under 3 or 5. The manufacturer says that you can go to 7, but there's a big risk when you ran like they ran in auto, how they auto do what they do. It's just cheap.
Very seldom are they off for any length of time. when they're
Very seldom.
on shift.
12-hour tours now.
On the vehicles you're having trouble with, they use the synthetic.
We do not.
They do
They
not.
they use the blend.
Okay.
Yeah.
The biggest change I see is in the salaries and wages. Is that due to the raises, or we add
You added a staff member. So prior to this current fiscal year, we had 1 fleet specialist. We had a relationship with the transit authority, and basically that employee moved the vehicles back and forth to different shops. We changed the model on July 1, and we now employ a certified mechanic. So it's actually 2 staff members instead of 1.
And we invested in a lift, tire changer.
Oh yeah, I saw those.
You
It's
saw
great.
it, but
Yeah.
We didn't have that 2 years ago.
Right.
I didn't know if that was due to raises or if we had employees.
No.
So because I know everybody got raises, but
Yeah, not to that extent.
Right.
We doubled our central garage staff from 1 to 2.
gotcha. No, it's a great setup over there.
Moving on to IT, that department as well, I requested to be flat funded. Probably the last time. Next year, with the changes in technology and the things we have going on, I think we'll probably want to have some level of increase. Nothing dramatic, but absolutely. I'm confident that we can live within our means there. We try and border and stay on, the cutting edge and not the bleeding edge. We try and stay current with all the technology that's used. There's certain areas of the organization where keeping technology current isn't cost effective. We have a lot of staff that do the same thing over and over and over again, kind of like a manufacturing environment. So it is not advantageous or cost effective to keep that computer, if you will, brand new. We do, we do records just over and over. Nothing changes. So we tend to let that technology age more than some of the others, where you may have, the prosecuting attorney staff who's forever changing and doing different stuff for engineering and planning and things like that. So we're extremely conscious of how to address it, when to address it, both cost effective and security. So it's played very well. To the best of my knowledge, across all the departments, there are no ever demands or great demands that we need to change. We've let this get too old. I believe everybody's satisfied. We've got a project right now we're working on the law enforcement side that will potentially change the technology in the cruisers. Was budgeted, it's in this current budget, and we need to get it done. We've got some pretty big changes going on in the 911 arena right now that are big ticket items. But as a whole, no great changes. Just trying to keep up with what we have is effort enough. Typically, in your read ahead, I would provide you with an analysis of the departments we serviced and how much time and tickets. I sent you an email late yesterday. I apologize, I didn't get it done. And I typically always provide you an expense center, and I'll get that to you, that shows where my department spent your money, which says here are the vendors and here's what we're doing. I didn't get to that either. We've just had so many things going on, and quite honestly, I forgot to do it. But to kind of summarize what we've done in that email I sent you, kind of breaks down the departments and where it went. A couple of them I think are important to talk about, particularly because you hear demands and growth and what's going on. In the emergency communications, we spent 3,653 hours in that environment alone. 1,802 of that was addressing new homes. Yeah, huge. 1,875 requests for addressing. And some of those could have 4 addresses in one place. It's crazy. So the demand, the drive, when you hear people stand up here, all these outside agencies, and talking about the growth, and I can tell you from the very heartbeat of what it is, that speaks to it right there. It is what it is. It takes us almost a full-time person just to deal with the address process. And there's 2 or 3 people, there's 3 people involved in that. We have to physically do the work, GPS the points, we have to come back, that has to get processed. We have to interface with the builder, the homeowner, give them the paperwork, and then we have to actually do the GIS work to put it in efforts so it's shown on the tablets in the fire law and EMS vehicles at 911 and all that stuff. So just wanted to bring it to your attention that it's real.
You can't do it in conjunction with the assessor's office, then, that's what
It's
you're
a
saying.
completely separate process. We share data between the two, but there's really no handshaking involved in that constitutionally, because they're there to provide, the lines for purposes of parceling and stuff like that. IT and GIS does the emergency side with the address assignment, the physical structures, and so it takes both. None of it's double work. We share our information when we get it, so they don't have to do it. They can just import it in, and vice versa. When they draw the property lines, they share it with us. So it works well. Everything could always work better, but it works well. In another one, on the law enforcement side, 3,449 hours in the law enforcement. Of that, about 1,100 hours was fleet support. I made a change at this current fiscal year when we added the employee. Mr. Wood, you may not know, and Steve, you may not know, but my team tracks every moment of every day of what they do. The old way we used to do fleet, again, we used to job it out. So there was no need for us to track how many hours were relative to service. It didn't matter. We were taking it to a shop. Well, now we track it by the hour. So if we work on rain. If we work on a vehicle, we track the hours worked. So this statistic being about 1,100 hours would be dead in line with the 2,080 hour employee doing the physical work. So the number escalated with law enforcement to almost 1,000 hours more, and that's why. It's not because they use so much more IT services. It's because we rolled and are tracking fleet service the same way we track IT service, so we can justify the time.
Okay, but even if we had one employee that we had to dedicate to law enforcement, the changes in technology that we've made the past 10 years, particularly in the cruisers. If you remember, years ago, we had to come to the council and ask for permission to put hotspots up at all the ROCS stations so that our cruisers could pull into a rock station and
Do a report.
do reports. Well, that's not the case anymore. Now it's seamless.
Every fire truck, every ambulance, every police car in this county is a rolling computer system. The mobile data computers that sit in there are tied to 911. So the computer-aided dispatch software at 911 knows where that car's at, knows what direction it's going, We're actually evolving right now in a project where EMS, based on the MDC and the cruiser and the GPS location given to it by the internet, it has a internet router inside the car. We're going to dispatch that ambulance, whatever one's closest to the person making the call. EMS is the first one that they're pressing us to do, and we're in an upgrade right now to get ready. So here in the next 3 to 4 months, those computers will be telling that ambulance, it's your turn, you go here now, as opposed to just going out to a station and then they decide which one goes. It's going to say, nope, the ambulance is the fastest one, send it now. We're behind the curve on that. Most other agencies, a lot of agencies across the country do that already. It's dispatched by ABL on that big computer. So huge changes in that market. And we crawl around inside those fire ambulance police cars all the time. And even though they're vehicles, that's not a fleet job. That's an IT job. So it's a harmonious relationship between fleet and IT to keep this stuff going. We have one shop, one location, 2 different sets of tools. You have the greasy tools and the in-car tools, but they work very well together. If we have a car that comes in for an oil change, but yet they have an MDC problem, it goes out of the bay for service and goes over to another bay for IT. So it's working really, really well. Very cost effective.
Very good.
Other than that, I mean, you saw all of the agencies in that list. It actually grew from the year before. In agencies, we did a little work for Meals on Wheels. We've done some things. You would be hard pressed to touch an agency or an outside agency in the confines of the county and not take advantage of your own services. We work really hard. Remember, we'll in kind the first 5 hours. So the little Meals on Wheels or landmarks, we may not service them. We're at Roundhouse. I mean, we take care of the Roundhouse for their home show. We got access points and stuff and provide internet to all the vendors in there so they can do their electronic transactions. So work really hard to make sure we're available to help if they need us. So.
I'll speak personally on that as being at Parks and Rec all those years. It was amazing what they did for the park system, from phones to security doors to cameras at places. I mean, the whole shebang, and we could have never have afforded to do it otherwise. I mean, and I know there's a lot of other agencies that feel the same, but it was invaluable to us what the IT performed for us over the years. So.
Yeah, they have one of the most sophisticated dog parks in the country.
We do. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
And our intent is never to compete with the private sector. We don't want to do that. But, you know, if we're providing funding to Parks and Recreation and we can save them a couple of bucks in IT services,
Only makes sense.
why wouldn't we do it? And when these agencies come in and ask for a monetary contribution, don't forget we do provide them with.
I mean, you provide in-kind broadband and hosted telephony services for practically everybody on that list. And Steve can speak to the costs of broadband, internet, and telephone. We probably eliminated a recurring $600 a month fee.
At least, and just in the phone system, it saved us over $1,000 a month. Yeah. But like example was the Poorhouse Farm Barn out there and all these DJs that come in for the weddings now, they do it all on Bluetooth. They don't bring their records anymore. And so they hooked it up so they have Bluetooth out there now, and it just made all the difference in the world.
Now they could hit our North Mountain Tower with a rock from there, so we can provide as much internet as
Screaming.
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It's loud. So it works really good. And you know, the fire departments, ambulance stations, development authority, every one of them, transit, all of that kind of stuff. And that is a huge commitment by this body financially.
Even with their capital projects, they report center.
South Berkeley
They do,
station,
you know,
Company 60 station, we did all that.
the contractor pulls the fiber and the wire, but our IT department does all the
Connection.
Are you guys working with upgrade 911 to the video 911 stuff, or is that something separate?
That's next generation 911, and you currently have a bid on the street, and I plan to be here in the next couple of weeks to ask you to award that contract to a vendor. So yes, that's coming in week 2.
That ties into all your cars and all
It
that.
does. It does. The evolution to next generation 911, not day one, but would allow, if you were to call 911, you had a phone, you were at a scene, in theory, coming, stay tuned, you'll be able to hold that phone up and record it, and the car can watch it, everybody can see it. Yes, sir.
Are there grants out there for that stuff, or is that something we just got to pay for?
Yeah, there's something you just have to pay for. There's some grants available for some hardware and things, but typically for services, no, that service, that next generation 911, and now it's called E911. That's the purpose of your 911 fee, is to pay for that. You had to buy
I
computers.
just didn't know
and
if there was
stuff.
any federal stuff out there to
Not,
upgrade.
we looked, we kind of watched that market, and you'll see it. Sometimes you get grant for equipment in cars or ambulance and stuff like that. Typically not at that level.
I'll say one more thing, then I'll shut up, I promise. But I think the dog park, for instance, the people that donated several $100,000 to build it, that moved to Florida, and they can sit there in Florida and see it live, how the dog park's going. And then people that are customers of the dog, or members, can look there and see if it's busy or not, whether they decide whether they want to go or not. So they don't have to, they don't have to drive over there and say, oh, well, that dog's there, I don't want to be there with money. But so they can just watch it all live, and then, so it really is amazing, and like I said,
Let's see, if you had a cat, the cat would watch and say, I ain't going.
I hope they don't come up with cat parks and stuff.
But that was a vision of this body 2013 or so, but we really made we always helped outside agencies. We were always there to say we could help. But it was a concerted effort of this body that said, hey, we'll in-kind 5 hours, see what you can do. And the IT team has grown because of that kind of service, right? So, and it's a decent cost center. I mean, we aren't in it to make money, but at the same time, we're in it to cover the costs as they're incurred. Is really all we try.
Very good.
Gary, I'm sure my question, I probably really don't need to ask it, but I see on your dues and subscriptions, is that part of the protection
Some of it is.
for your,
Like dues and subscriptions, for instance, the mass notification software that Homeland Security uses, Rave, it's in there.
right?
Yes, a lot of, like our antivirus subscription, our EDR subscriptions, that's a big ticket line.
Yeah, but it's also critically important,
No,
as we're starting to see locally.
What can happen?
I will assure you that there is no frivolous spending. We try very hard to get what's necessary. We try very hard not to get behind any curves, but by no means are we doing anything that I personally don't think is necessary. Would feel we could stand by any expenditure made.
And I wouldn't think there's one penny being wasted.
I know.
Don't misunderstand.
No, not at all.
I just want to make sure you have everything you need to keep us protected. That's where I'm going with that.
In to my beginning statement, I think this year, yes, I think there's some changes coming that would warrant possibly some expenditures next fiscal year. But for now, we're very confident that we're protected. We're very confident that the funding stream is appropriate and are prepared to stay in line and move forward.
Thank you.
In the fiscal year 2006, our budget was half of what it is. And we had no IT department. We had nobody.
Not on site.
Not only site, no, everything was contractual. This body has made a conscious effort to change that. And it's been money well spent. And I think it's safe to say that you have a world-class IT department because of your investment. I know we are the envy of the state. And over the years, we have gotten national recognition for some of the innovative things that our IT department has done.
Don't doubt it for 1 second.
Yeah, I've never heard him say no. I always say, yeah, we can do that. Okay.
It's fun up here.
I
right
just
now
wish I
that
knew
we
how
have-
we did it.
The folks downstairs listen to me talk, they're like, yeah, no, he won't say no, you're right. You're getting my own worst enemy. Actually, I'm my team's worst enemy because we'll hang solar panels and put cameras on poles in the middle of the park where there's no electric. We're not afraid to do it. So, and that's part of the challenge, right? If we just sit back and say, we only do it this way. In my field, if you start saying no and you start become closed-minded, you begin to fail and find out there's always someone better. We all know that. And I promise you, in this field, there's always somebody smarter. Always. So it pays to work hard and press, not play defense.
Do you do any services outside the county, not counting the city of Martin?
Absolutely.
Like
We
what?
just outfitted a bunch of Morgan County police cars. We service the Morgan Berkeley Health Department. We've done work all over the state. Not often all over the state, but we absolutely have.
You get recognition for it?
Get punished for it sometimes.
No good deed goes unpunished.
Does not. But we're not afraid to help. This council has said, as long as the expenses are covered, help them. Obviously, home is first, and we do exactly what's necessary. But we have jumped in vehicles many a time and headed across the state to help folks that need it.
You treat it the same as the service organizations in the county. In other words, you give them a real pleasing hourly rate on top of the parts and material.
Yeah, I mean, we don't do it often, but when folks have gotten into things that we've already done and they say we need help, we've lent inventory to people that needed help because they were met them in the middle of the state with a switch or a router. Here you go. They give it back brand new in a box with another one. We're all part of one greater good, and that's the state of West Virginia. Right? So the more we can help everybody be successful, the better off it is.
Mutual aid.
Absolutely.
Yep.
We appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions for him? Okay. Okay. Board and commission interview with Mr. Michael Bush, candidate for Berkeley County Planning Commission. State your name and tell us a little bit about yourself, and we'll got a few of us up here, probably ask you a couple questions here and there. So.
Ruling questions, that's good. Good morning, members of council. My name is Mike Bush, resident of South Berkeley County. Moved here in 2015 with my wife, and we've got a little toddler, so we're doing our part to grow the citizenry of the county. I am an attorney by trade. For the past 7 years, I've been a commercial and residential real estate broker in the Tri-County region here in Panhandle. So I'm interested in the Planning Commission because I believe it's an opportunity for citizen involvement to affect how our community looks and operates. There's a toolbox. Some communities it's bigger, some communities it's smaller, but within state code, within the grant of authority from the county council, there's a toolbox for the Planning Commission to affect how things look and operate in Berkeley County. And so I think it's especially prevalent in Berkeley County at this time, maybe more than ever, as there's increasing burdens on streets and properties that are becoming subdivided and commercialized that maybe never have even been thought of those uses before. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. I think this is a direct way that a citizen can assist the council and assist the residents of the county to participate in the process and have a voice in how they want their community to look and operate.
Okay. Mr. Boyd, you have any questions for? Okay. Mr. Barnhart?
Well, I'm looking at your references. That first one, I don't know about him. But how well do you know Berkeley County? Where are you from?
So I'm from Wheeling, West Virginia, originally.
Okay. How well do you know Berkeley County?
It's changing every day. I think as the county's changing every day.
Well, do you know Hedgesville? Do you know
Sure.
Factory Valley? Yeah.
Of course, yes. I live on Horner Sawmill Road in Jaredstown. I lived on Ardenolville Road before that. Our real estate practice takes us from Berkeley Springs to Harper's Ferry on any given day. So day-to-day work, I work all over the county and all over the region.
Do you find the way the county's being subdivided a problem, a mess, needs help, anything like that?
My opinion on prior development I don't think is really relevant because I think it's been done pursuant to the regulations that have been in place or waivers that have been provided. I think that there's an opportunity at this point in time to really think about how the county will be laid out going forward. I won't say the buzzword zoning because I think it's a hot button issue that's not really on the table at this point. But I think people can think about planning in a way of the highest and best use of the property. And as the county changes, I believe that the highest and best use of various properties is changing. I think industrial sites want to be around other industrial sites. I think somebody who's lived in the residential home for 40 years wants to maintain something like they've experienced for the last 40 years. So I really think that the Planning Commission is boots on the ground approach to hear citizen feedback, but also continue to apply the planning regulations as they're written. So I'm saying it both ways, that there are tools in the toolbox that have to be complied with by law. However, there's a certain amount of discretion that needs to be receptive to citizen concerns, and I believe developers want to comply and honor citizen concerns, especially housing developers. They want to develop communities that look like places and operate like places where people want to live and pay top dollar to live there. So I believe developers are trying to figure this out at the same time. So the county's changing. The Planning Commission is a key part of that.
Yeah, one of our problems is the state of West Virginia, because they control the roads,
Right,
and you know, we're kind of stuck there.
right.
And the subdivision ordinance is currently, well, I wouldn't say undergoing revision because it's been revised. It's just has to come before us, and it hasn't quite gotten
Right.
there yet.
Right.
So, thank you.
Mr. Steve?
We communicated some through email
Right.
back during the nuisance ordinance thing, and I appreciated your comments, and
Thank you for your response.
yeah, and very much. And sometimes I think it's good to have somebody new coming in with a different perspective than those of us that have been around for a long time. But I know from a perspective of being around for a long time and just recently running for office that there's a great concern in this community about the growth is too rapid for the infrastructure to keep up. And I really think that instead of reinventing the wheel, we have a wheel in place through the county now that can be tweaked and greased to address better some of the concerns that the citizens have. And I personally think that you would be a very good candidate for this position, and I would support that totally. We appreciate the fact you're willing to serve. So.
Thank you. And a quick follow-up on that is, in that email, I also referenced, I think planning can be a great tool which doesn't cost anything. And so as we talk about the quality of life fund and things like that, I think there are tools in place and that can be tweaked to, again, make the community be more of what the citizens want it to be. And that doesn't cost anything, which is great, as I heard discussions about the budget.
Right.
Yes, sir. Number one, thanks for applying. I also appreciated your comments and your emails in reference to the proposed ordinance. And after I read it, I'm like, this is a guy, we need to remember him because he's got some very good comments. He was very rational in his thought process and very methodical. And I'm glad you're here in front of us today.
You're very kind. Thank you. So long as my face isn't on anybody's dartboard.
Yeah, well,
we don't want that.
Well, you never know about that.
And I haven't checked the post office.
All right, right.
You'll see mine there.
Once you get on the commission, that might change.
Oh yeah, it's a tough board. I mean, there's some tough decisions to be made there, and you know, as long as the decisions that you make is what's best for the people of Berkeley County, you can sleep good at night. You know, but even with your professional background and with your business that you currently with real estate, you understand a lot about what's going on. You know, as far as the growth and whatnot. So I think you'd be a perfect fit there for us to help make that planning commission better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for applying, because you know the need of always having good volunteers is great for this county, as well as any other growing county. And we have had our share of growth here. There's no doubt about it. And like you know, the zoning word is not a terrible thing to mention around here, because I think there was a time and place we could use it. I think when you try to zone a whole county with everything that you can do it's very problematic.
Right.
Like Mr. Barnhart said, you know, the Department of Highways has nothing to do with the county. They're a state agency, and so they can play a better role in helping us to do different things. I do believe. I mean, I think when plans are submitted to the Highways Department, they just make their recommendations, and the engineers do the rest.
Yeah, and another problematic is the Board of Education.
And Board of Education, yeah, they're always trying to play catch up too. And
Well, we all are.
Yeah.
Even Curtis is here representing the sewer board and the water board.
no,
Right.
and again,
Please.
nobody likes to be told no,
Yeah.
and that's for sure. I mean, now you can say maybe if you do this, this, and this, and then with that comes a price. I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, that's for sure. But my comment is to thank you. We're always looking for good quality candidates to serve, and the pay is terrible as a volunteer on a board. So sometimes you get voluntold, and that's how I all got started in all this. So, but anyway, thanks for coming in, and
Thank you for your time.
we will have. I think if there's a position opening up, we'll be voting here pretty soon.
Yeah, very well. Thank you all. Have a good day.
Thanks for coming in. Okay, Mr. Davis, I see we have Mr. Keller here to come before us about MS4.
Yes, sir.
permit.
Just, as the council's aware, probably for the past 4, 5, 6 weeks, there's been some ongoing discussion amongst the council. There's been ongoing discussion with the stormwater district, their board, and I think we all feel now is the time. You can come up, Curtis. No, because I'm gonna blame it on him. We have to get our permit application into DEP and EPA, so that we can continue to refine it. We've talked about refining it more than the previous permit that we had, so that we could truly make it applicable to some of the high growth areas, the high density areas, and move it west of the valley. And the big question is, there's actually two questions: is does the county want to be a co-permittee on the application for permit? Co-permittee with the stormwater district, and if so, the council needs to provide some direction to council to get with their legal counsel to not only develop the permit to bring back to the council for approval, but also the development of an MOU. Right. We have discussed the need for an MOU that clearly defines what the stormwater district's responsibilities are and what the county's responsibilities are. So it's my understanding from the council that you're now ready to maybe discuss and make a decision.
I believe so. I think that in order to move forward with this, to implement a new area permitting, is that a proper way to put it? That we have to, there was some qualifications.
To modify the coverage area.
Yeah. Does everybody understand what we're being asked here today and trying to do?
I'm ready to make that motion.
Well, I have one question. Talk about moving the permit area, taking Back Creek Valley out. Does that mean that the entire rest of the county is the permit area, or is it also bringing it in from east to west?
No, that would mean that from North Mountain to the east, then that would, in the rest of the county, would be the permitted area.
Okay.
Requires to be what they call the urbanized area, or the area that drains the urbanized area. So that's why able to
Gotcha.
The whole 81 corridor, basically.
cut that out.
Well,
Which
yeah,
goes
but
all the way to north
I'm
and south.
several miles east
Yeah.
of the I-81, and it's still agricultural where I'm at, and I didn't know if that was going to be included in the permit area.
Yes, that area will be.
Okay.
I think we provided that map.
Yeah,
Occasions.
previously.
All right.
And this would give the council the opportunity, I know, right now there's the stormwater fees a flat rate.
Yeah.
It would give this council the opportunity to be more engaged in discussions and maybe modifying that in the future. As you know, the city of Martinsburg, stormwater fee is now based on an impervious area. It came into effect last quarter of the fourth quarter of last calendar year. It would give you the opportunity to be maybe a little bit more engaged in that discussion if that's the decision or direction you might want to go in. Not saying that you do, but that's another opportunity. Because at the end of the day, you're going to be held responsible
If
for
the
it.
city came to us with a proposal to annex property in Berkeley County, does that property then go to the city's MS4 or does it stay with the county's MS4?
That area would then be covered in their investment. We had,
Once it's annexed, it would be the city's.
Well, I don't know.
yeah, we've had a couple areas since they did start milling here recently where we had, it's right on the border where we had billed them our fee and now they were billing them. So we had to go back and make some adjustments to those customers' accounts and everything. So those few of those out there. But if they would in the future want to do that, then yeah. Thing with that is if they annex it, then they become responsible for whatever issues may arise in those areas.
I've just, our engineer, reviews the plans and reviews the stormwater management structures that are being proposed, and so we do have some say in how things are to be, and I think that it is right that we have a code permit.
Okay.
And along with the MOU that Alan just spoke about to describe everybody's responsibilities moving forward. So,
I think Anthony wants to say something.
And this will all come back before you, of course. This today is just to move forward with giving the authority to apply, to work together to apply for this co-permittee.
But the permit will not be submitted until the council reviews it and approves it. So you're not doing this blindly.
Yes, it'll come back before you before it's actually submitted. And if you all recall, the permit now is it's with the sewer district, and it's just a statewide general permit that keeps getting in here. But there needs to be a specific permit that applies to the county. And one of the concerns that the state and the feds have were because the stormwater district does the enforcement side of things, but the county still maintains all of the plan review. There should be a co-permittee relationship. You can both apply for the permit. So I would work with council for the stormwater district, both on the permit application, but also an MOU setting forth what the responsibilities are, making sure that we're not liable. If they mess up, they're not liable.
So that brings a question. Do we need a motion today, or do we need just a direction to enter into the agreement or start entering into the agreement with MOU?
I think it would be best in order to codify it for future.
Okay.
That this council take formal action in the form of a motion, only become a co-permittee.
Okay.
Nothing beyond that. Mr. You
Correct.
both okay with that?
Correct. This isn't adopting and changing a new ordinance, changing fee structure,
Right.
any of that sort of thing. It's just to work toward the permit application, which will come back before you get to see the permit application before it's sent to y'all.
Any idea on the timing?
These things aren't done quickly.
Well,
I mean, we have the previous permit that we had applied for 15 months ago. We applied for the new permit. I think that would be our basis moving forward. You know, I think that with the MOU, with the stormwater ordinance, you know, what's in the permit is kind of what's required by the permit. There's not a lot of things to potentially change in there, but certainly reviewing that and making sure that the workings with the code permittee are reflected in there. We want to make sure we do that. I think the basis for the permit is there. Once we apply for it, then it goes through the review process. And we're probably talking about maybe 6 months or more to get it approved from us.
And while that's going on, the council can move forward with changes to the ordinance. Don't have to have a permit in place yet. And looking at how the fee structure might work going forward.
But that ordinance shouldn't probably be adopted until the permit's in place, you think, or not?
It could be adopted
You can do it concurrently.
concurrently, or you could do the ordinance does clearly delegate authority to either the council or to the stormwater commission. It could be in place. The only thing is it would still apply at that point west of the mountain because that's where the permit area is. But after that permit is obtained.
Okay.
I'd like to make that motion that we as a Berkeley County Council will move forward with being a co-permittee on the stormwater permit for our county, along with the stormwater board.
The MS4.
MS4 board.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
A second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed? Okay, sir.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. We'll work with Anthony and get those documents rolling and get back to you for you to take a look at.
Okay.
Curtis,
I got this.
before you leave, tell Zach Walburn left, but we have a new Zach, and I couldn't remember his last name.
Zach Norris.
Morse?
Norris.
Norris.
You know,
Okay, Norris.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Zach Norris.
Yeah, he's
is the new
been,
coordinator.
he had been with us for about 7 or 8 months as an inspector. He has a work history of working on partnership programs, watershed programs. So he's very familiar with it. There's a lot of people that we've been dealing with as far as our grants and stuff go and some of the groups. He's been right in, and fortunately or unfortunately, he got thrown into the fire because we had a DEP up his second week here doing an audit and inspection of the truck.
Well, I'd like to meet him sometime.
Okay, sure.
Bring him around. I think.
Bring him on in one
Will
day.
do.
We'll do that. But got Mike Lang coming in next, but there's a quick question I do have to ask. Well, it'll be after we go in break if you got time to stick around.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
This show ain't take.
Thank you, Curtis.
Yes, sir.
Mike
Thanks.
show.
Okay. Yep, we're ready. Mr. Lang? We have, next on the agenda is Mike Lang, Chief Court Marshal, recognition of Deputy Court Marshal of the Year and the GEM Award. Gone the extra mile. Mr. Lang, it's all you.
How's everybody doing?
Good, very good.
We'll make it as quick as possible here. This year, what makes our Officer of the Year award unique? We've been doing this since 2017. That's nominated and voted on by the court officers. They vote for who nominated who they deem to get it. And this year's award winner is Deputy Milford Ziegler. We have Honorable Michael Lawrence in here to present it to him and say a few words. Milford, come on up here. Look behind you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Slip over. Mr. Sliger, it is my distinct honor to present to you the award for outstanding Deputy Court Marshal for 2023. Deputy Sliger has been with my courtroom for 6 years. He has that highly diplomatic task of organizing the folks as they come in, and we have one of our better behaved court because he has that perfect combination of tact and firmness that keep everybody in line.
And a weapon.
And a weapon. Well, but
I'm
he's too subtle to say that out loud.
Okay.
But congratulations, Milford. Well deserved. By the way, the judges don't get a vote, so it's not
Nope, you guys anything to say? Wait back.
I'm not good at keeping, so I won't be very long at all. Thank you, Judge. Thanks, everybody. Thank all my coworkers. We'll be able to deal with that. That's what I tell them if they don't listen to me. I'll talk to the judge.
Talk to the judge, yeah.
That's the biggest one. That's worse than a gun.
Well, thank you very much. Don't go away. We're going to get a few pictures here, so don't go away.
Two more minutes.
But thank you for going the extra mile.
Yeah.
Greatly appreciate it.
Our
Thank you
next,
for all you do for us.
our next award is going the extra mile. It's a guy.
Oh, okay. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Deputy of the Year. Yeah.
The next award is going the extra mile, and this year we call him Big John. You'll figure that out here in a minute. Come on, John.
I think we know who that would be.
Uh-huh.
I think we can guess who that is.
Yes, sir.
He was really hard to pick out, Mike.
Hardball. Yes, sir. John come by the way of Maryland Division of Corrections, retired after how many years?
24.
24. He was a desk lieutenant. He had a lot of responsibilities there. He come to us, and we're glad to have him. John, unbeknownst to John, he became the in-house trainer. We sent him to Ohio for TASER, ASP, and now the compliance glove.
And we heard about that. Said it was well worth the effort to go out there. Just as long as you don't have the glove on when you're in here, we're okay.
If you've never seen the glove demonstrated, it's hilarious.
Especially in judge ratings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty comical. And John is also the point of contact. He's doing our new transportation division.
Okay.
The first 14 days we did it, we kept track. It was very successful. 168 man hours was used.
Now we're up over 170 now.
170 man hours we did. In the first 14 days we did 11 trips and 8 arraignments. Yeah, so it's being well received and well used. And John, unbeknownst to John, he is heading that up for me. He's my point of contact for that. So John, with all that being said, this year I give you the Jim Award.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
The podium is yours.
Just like Paulson Milford, I'm not much of a speaker either, but
I couldn't do without great supervision and people working, so.
You get up and sing in front of crowds every time. You can't say something.
Yeah.
Singing's a different story.
We'll let you sing.
Speech is a different thing.
Thank
you very much.
You want to sing a little something to the council?
Little something.
Any of the council members like to say anything?
I just like,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thanks, sir.
yeah, thank you for what you do. I mean, it's important, we see all across this country, I don't know, the turmoil, I guess. And it's not only in the streets, it's in the court as well. So thank you for what you do. You have a very important job in keeping our judicial system as good as it can be.
I just want to say it's nice to have somebody around physically the same size I am.
I want to say thank you again and for the Deputy of the Year and for your Jim going the extra mile and to the judge for coming in.
Mike protects our office as well. Just the judicial center. We have a problem in our building. We make a call, there's somebody here within 2 minutes. One of these guys are over here.
I thought we just called you.
Right.
We're afraid of him.
That's what I thought, yeah.
They're always here when we call. Always, somebody's here.
Again, thank you. Also, don't go away. We'll get a few pictures here and we'll make that happen. So we'll take a little break for some pictures. Thank you. Okay, we're back in session for the Board of Review and Equalization. Mr. Hess, you have anything to report? Session number 6.
Six. No, we do not.
Nothing.
Everybody to bring over for an appeal. As far as an update with the two, we have two that made application to the Office of Tax Appeal.
Mm-hmm.
They gave the first conference, status conference with the one taxpayer. They gave them 30 days to call us, and they haven't called us yet to go over any of the records, so it's kind of hanging there with that one. And the other one, we haven't had a status hearing with that one yet, so we'll just, those two are still presenting that.
I know we talked about it on Tuesday about certifying the records. If they have that 30 days, it's not going to. It'll be a little bit of a cloud, but
It's a big problem.
Yeah.
I think probably that first one, I think we'll be able to clear that up with a phone call.
Okay.
We're way under the value, which has no argument with it. But, yeah, I think there's, as I was talking to him, there's some bill that's going through the legislature now about trying to put deadlines on that when they could, cut off the appeals to Charleston and that type of thing. It's kind of confusing for everybody right now.
okay.
But at any rate, we don't have anything else. We don't have any changes to make right now. We're still getting some calls, but we're taking care of them as it come in. We'll just be on standby if we get somebody.
Let us know.
Okay?
All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda is Miss Nancy Lutz with EPCD.
EPCD, Eastern
Okay.
Panhandle Conservation District.
Okay. Is this where Mr. Kersey comes into?
Mr. Kersey used to,
Used to,
but he
okay.
chickened out and didn't run the last time.
Aw.
Right?
Well, we're glad you're here.
Well, thank you. Although I'm a Jefferson supervisor, don't hold that against me.
Nope.
Well, I'll try not to.
All right. I am the chair. I've been chair for now 4 years. So, and if whoever did not get a copy of the letter, this is what I'm going to
Okay.
present to you. Actually,
That's probably in our read ahead, isn't it? Should be.
I'd like to introduce two folks from our staff. Fred Johnson. Some of you already know Fred. Is one of 3 Berkeley County supervisors, and he was duly elected back in the spring. So he's new to all of this. So he's tagging along so that we have somebody to fall back on, and he will learn everything about everything he ever thought he wanted to know about conservation.
Well,
Hopefully.
I thought I knew everything about county counseling, but took a drink from a fire hose one day, and I'm still trying to swallow. So
I wouldn't trade you jobs. I have to say I love my job.
Fred took Floyd Kersey's spot.
Right.
okay.
Fred's an old Hedgesville boy too.
Well, glad to have you
We
here.
graduated high school together, went to school together our whole lives, and
I'm so
don't hold
sorry.
that against Fred either. So.
I'm so sorry.
Just
Well, we'll
ask.
talk later. Is that okay? Okay.
And we have Jody Sims. Jody is our new education outreach specialist. She has taken the task of filling Heather Duncan's shoes. And we have been without an education outreach person for 2 years now, is it? Yeah, 2 years. So she's got some shoes to fill and a lot of work to get done. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a brief outline, which I've handed you to anybody who didn't get one in the packet. And in the packet, you'll see that's a handout that we use for occasions like this, public meetings, and to sort of give people an idea of what we do. And I'm going to confess I haven't checked in with Berkeley County website, but it was interesting because I was doing some research and I found that Jefferson County website doesn't even list Eastern Panhandle Conservation District as a cooperator or as anyone, but they sure as heck didn't have any trouble coming to us about 4 years ago asking for $64,000. So, up until 2 years ago, they had not contributed anything to our requests for budget help. such as this. And so for the last 2 years, I've groveled and begged and made presentations, and we have gotten a small donation each time. But then this year, we have the school board sending chemo head, sending a representative to us, telling us that they need $14,000 to do an outdoor workshop. So they don't have a problem sticking their hand out, but they're not going to reach in their pocket to help us out. So of course we depend on folks like you all who understand what EPCD is all about. At least, is there anyone who does not understand what Eastern Panhandle Conservation District is? It's one of 14 districts in the state, and it is comprised of Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan counties.
I think this is the district that when I was growing up, my dad would always order trees from.
Precisely.
And we would get about 500 trees, and I used to have to help plant every one of them.
Well, when we do the tree sale, we go through about 65, 70,000 trees that we distribute to the folks who have made the purchases. Yeah, so we haven't had anybody for the last 2 years, but Jody's taking on that job starting.
We used to have to put them in, we nurse them for about a year or two until they get a good root established.
No, I had, when I did it, I have a dibble. And man, I'd stick that dibble and tree and walk to the next one.
Well,
I planted 500 locust trees. Yeah. That's why I have a dibble.
did you plant them 8 foot apart so you could cut them up and make fence posts out of them and just go?
No, just leave them there.
That's a smart idea. Well, I bought myself an auger. Actually, I bought an ice auger because the ground out in my place is so hard. I figured, well, an ice auger would probably be better than just a regular electric auger. But I think it was cheaper too. But anyhow, I'm going to just hit the nail on the head. What we would like for you all to do is to follow through with what you've done in the past, and we're going to ask for $5,000, and it goes for a lot of things that we do in Berkeley County, and Jody will get a chance to tell you what she does in the school system. But working with K through 12s is not the only outreach that she does, because she does work with adults, and sometimes I wonder if the kids are not easier than the adults. We act as a liaison between agencies and organizations, whether it's Kiwanis, whether it's boards of education, no matter what, we're there if it's a question related to agriculture or to conservation. And it's not just soil conservation, air, water, you name it. If someone calls us with a question about it, we have a resource either to refer them to. We have no statutory or regulatory or enforcement authority at all. The legislation to give us a limited amount of regulatory authority is still up in the air, and we don't know until July whether they're going to do it. But I don't know. It'll just mean we will investigate, complaints, and then pass them on either to DEP or EPA and anybody or DNR, whoever's supposed to be managing that particular issue. We've helped the Eastern Panhandle meet and required goals of Chesapeake Bay Incentive, and we've procured $260,000 in funds from the Chesapeake Bay Foundation in order to use them for programs here in Berkeley County, and actually in the entire district. And a lot of these are to help with pest management practices. We provide rain barrels at a very reasonable cost so that folks can conserve rainwater. I think you all have that thing called rain tax here in Berkeley County.
Stormwater management.
Oh, okay.
We don't like to call it rain tax.
Oh, well, you're getting rich today and tomorrow.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we don't have that in Jefferson.
Not yet.
It's coming.
Hold your breath.
No, it's coming.
Hold your breath. We have, we were awarded $156,000 in grant money from EPA, which is called, we call it 319 money in order to abbreviate it a little bit. And it's part of the Clean Water Act. Back Creek District, their watershed received a considerable amount of that $156,000. The Eastern Panhandle Conservation District was awarded $15,000 from the EPA and $5,000 from West Virginia Conservation Agency to complete a permeable surface at Tuscarora Creek watershed. And if you want to see one that's easier to look at, you go over to Jefferson County Fairgrounds, and we did an area that's probably about 3 times the size of this room, so that the rain can come down and it doesn't run off and make mud. And it's been in place for almost 5 years now and makes a big difference in mitigating mud, erosion, runoff. It takes care of a lot of problems, and it was something that was needed up on the Tuscarora watershed, and we got it done. We provide an educational opportunity, a grazing workshop every year. Last year we had 20 participants, and this was not just for Berkeley County, it was for the entire, it was advertised throughout the region so that folks could come and learn about soil health, foraging, and weed management, and how to properly take soil samples. We do a lot of that, but it's amazing. People think all they have to do is scoop up a handful of dirt, throw it in a bag, and bring it to us. There's a lot more to it. So we have to educate and then hope that people understand what we need in order for us to do the job that they need us to do. We have equipment rentals. We have a lime spreader. We have hay mines. We have, what else do we have, Fred? Right, we have all kinds of stuff, and at one point we were at risk of losing that program, but some big mouths and hard heads prevailed, and we convinced those who didn't want to fool with it anymore that farmers need equipment. I don't know how many of you can go out and pay $65,000 for a piece of farm equipment that you're going to use twice a year, possibly. So it's so much easier to rent it from us. And then we have another situation where the commercial rentals that let's say, come from equipment salespeople, like Blood Hill was used, for example, those machines are too big to go through the gates of most small farms, small operations. So it creates a problem for us in trying to meet the needs of small cooperators rather than the guys that can afford to go out and buy these large pieces of equipment. We work, obviously, with the Berkeley Council, the West Virginia Conservation Agency, which is our state level entity, and they're the ones who tell us what we have to do, and then they leave it to us to figure out how we're going to get it done. But it works. And in most cases, I'm going to say this, having a minimum amount of state involvement gives us a little more freedom than if they were totally in control of us. So with 7 supervisors, we have 3 from Berkeley, 2 from Jefferson, and 2 from Morgan. I'm sure you understand that there's a big difference in a lot of diversity between those 3 counties. So you can't have one entity telling everybody, using a cookie cutter to tell everybody in the 3 counties that they have to do it the same way. So our system does work. And then, of course, we use EPA for the 319 funds. And anytime we come up with a program where we can justify eligibility for 319 funds, we're on it. We have a young lady who is a ag specialist, Kristen Bison, and she's done a lot of work in both Berkeley and Morgan counties, doing tree plantings and riparian buffers and all kinds of things and that's her specialty. So it really helps when we have people who understand how the system works, can reach us on our level, and then we come back and try to make things work. For the 23-24 year, and I'm going to read these off, we're going to continue the Back Creek watershed plan. We're going to hire a full-time education outreach specialist, which we have managed to do in the last month. Continue to act as liaison between agencies and organizations. Continue to help the Eastern Panhandle meet the required goals set by the Chesapeake Bay Incentive. Continue to request funds from the Chesapeake Bay program to help meet goals. Continue to provide economical rain barrel kits and the barrels to homeowners for water conservation. The barrels that we use, we try to acquire food safe barrels so people can use the water. We don't encourage it. It's not potable for human consumption, but it can be used for putting in bird feeders, watering your grass, watering your gardens and plants, and even taking care of outdoor critters that in the summertime come looking for water. We'll continue to implement the Ag Enhancement Program that we've used, which provides cost-sharing opportunities for participating farmers. We'll continue to provide education and funding to protect and help to improve the quality of water in Berkeley County. Continue to provide education and funding for local schools, and Jody will briefly tell you what her involvement is in those schools. Continue to provide cash awards for winners of poster and photo contests. And we'd love to have some support from you all in advertising or encouragement. I think we had, 3 state winners from EPCD this year. So those state winners will go on to the national level to be judged, which that's nice. I think 2 of them were from Jefferson and maybe 1 from Berkeley. Provide workshops with an emphasis on environmental education for adult groups and civic organization. And of course, we do an annual inspection of Pikeside's, the Pikeside Channel. I don't know if any of you know, that was, a lot of money was spent to do that. So Tim Canfield from NRCS and a couple of their folks go out with us, and we walk these particular projects to make sure that they're up to date, that people aren't encroaching. It's funny how sometimes folks will think that they can go build a barbecue pit right next to it and enjoy it because it's nice, but that's part of our job. What we hope to do is, with the money that we're asking for from you all, it'll be used to host adult and youth educational programs that will focus on environmental education, and assist in funding over from our outreach specialist, our education specialist. And one of the things that we approved last night was the soil trailer. Does anybody know what the soil trailer is? It is this really neat gadget that they have in Charleston, and you walk through it, and it's like walking into a subterranean environment. And there's worms and bugs, and then you walk through an area that's ground into a water area, and you'll see the water, and there's fish hanging around and doing stuff. And it's an educational opportunity, and it's great for even adults, but we use it in the school system. And it's been so successful that they decided, WVCA has decided that they're going to get a second one. And the second one should be available, I'm going to say within a year, but we will have it at the Berkeley County Fair this year. So, and it costs us $1,000 to have it transported up here from Charleston. Nothing's free, come on, folks. And so we look for sponsors, look for help to try to, mitigate the expense of doing it, and it is well worthwhile. It's going to leave here, or leave Berkeley, go out into the community for a week, and then go to Jefferson after that. So it'll still have a cost that still has to be taken care of, and that's what we're all about doing. We have an adult education program in Berkeley County. We cost shared with farmers to install over $230,000. That's the actual cost in best management practices, and that includes planting cover crops, flying line, heavy use for area protection, installing divisional fencing and reseeding, establishing hay and pasture fields. Those are the programs that we keep farmers abreast of, the new technology and new regulations. It helps that EPCD is doing its part to meet the goals of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation and their cleanup program. And we are part of the fix, not part of the problem any longer. And the Chesapeake Bay watershed goes from upstate New York all the way down to the James River. So a lot of folks includes 8 states. A lot of folks aren't aware of how big the Chesapeake Bay watershed actually is. And then we also have a partnership with Berkeley County Council. We're hoping to have one to promote the Rain Barrel Project in Berkeley County. I don't know if it was the city of Martinsburg or if you all worked with them, but every year they buy X number of barrels and then they hold a workshop so that they can promote water conservation. And finally, a well water testing program for Berkeley County residents. I don't know what the demand is here, but I can tell you over in Jefferson, people are really reluctant to have their well tested. It's best to not know that you have a problem than to discover that you have a problem and then try to figure out the cost of fixing it. And it's not cheap to fix the septic system. And some of them can go as much as $30,000 for repairs. And I've been working over in Jefferson County. We have 6 new streams that have been identified as impaired, and they have now given us the distinction of creating the Shenandoah River watershed. Now that'll make us eligible for 319 money, like Berkeley is. The repairs that they will allow is up to $7,000. So if you come to us and say we've got a problem, once we survey it and determine that you qualify for 319 money, then it just goes downhill from there as far as working with Kristen Isom and anyone else she can move into helping reduce stuff. Getting your work done, but once you reach 7,000, it has to come out of your pocket because that's the maximum. So again, hoping for federal funding so that we can increase, the amount that we contribute is important. But fixing a septic system is not cheap.
Is that also part of the Canaan Institute that provides funding for those too? In Berkeley County?
Cacapen
Institute, okay.
I don't know where they get their money. West Virginia Rivers, the Cacapen Institute, and since I'm in Jefferson, I'm the one who coordinates those projects. I was told that I could spend $30,000 on septic pumping over in Jefferson because we have more karst topography in Jefferson than you all have in Berkeley. You have a little bit of, was it Sleepy Creek area? So you all,
Not Sleepy Creek.
not Back Creek.
Sleepy Creek's in Morgan County.
Okay, Back Creek then, excuse me.
No,
No? Which one is it?
keep going east. Got to cross the mountain.
Aha. All right, come on, Fred. Anyway, you all do have a small amount of karst topography.
About a third of Berkeley County's karst.
So what we did, I came on board in 2016. We had some money left over from a project. Berkeley had spent their portion, Morgan had spent theirs, and Jefferson was still sitting. And I said, it scares me that they could say, well, you all haven't spent it, so we're going to take it back. And I said, nah, we can't do that. So I got everybody to agree to earmark it for WQIP, which is Water Quality Improvement Program. And in Jefferson, we will give you back up to $150 toward septic payment. You get your request approved through us. We send you a notice saying you've been approved. You get it done. Send us a copy of the paid receipt, And actually, up to $300, we'll send you back $150 of that cost of septic pumping. So these are the kind of things that, by giving people an understanding that we're not here to ask, we're here to ask you all for money, but we're here to try to help them, whether they're small farmers, 10 acres, 110 acres, or 1,000 acres. Everyone is entitled to be part of the cost share programs that we provide help for here in Berkeley County. And I hope that you'll consider our request. And Fred might say, or more, if possible. Okay? Any questions? I'll have Fred come up and then Jody.
I'm Fred Johnson. I'm new at this. Took Floyd's place, so I'm learning. I can chew about everything. Yeah. So that's about all I got.
Who's maintaining the equipment right now?
Rob Cloud. I help him.
Okay. Is it kept out at Hedgesville now, or because it used to be at a little guy's place in Pikeside there for a while?
Yeah, Robbie's got some of it, I think.
Okay.
He takes care of, needs tire or something like that.
Right.
Like I said, there's lime spreader, nerve spreader. Right, the drills, you can put grass in the aerators. They have, it's good. So,
Very good.
like I said, I'm still learning.
Very good.
Good to meet you.
Thanks for coming in.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'll just take a minute, introduce myself, tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Jody Sims. It was an honor to be chosen to be the Education Outreach Specialist for BPCD. I had graduated from Blue Ridge College in 2021 with a degree in agriculture education. I've always been interested in agriculture. I am a 4-H and FFA'er. I did it all the way through high school. And my goal is to reach out to our children and teach them the importance of farming, of conservation, where this stuff comes from. Because a lot of kids do not understand. They think, well, we just go to the grocery store and that's where we get it. They don't realize the man behind that. So I like to make sure that I can reach out to every child and have them understand what the importance is of having good soil, having clean water, and just all around what a farmer actually does. We do got some programs right now that you do have copies of in your folder. We are running a poster contest, which I have reached out to all 3 counties. I have personally went and met with the principals, and I have also reached out to the Boys and Girls Club here in Martinsburg. Amanda, she's been amazing. She's helped me distribute to all 3 counties, so every child gets a chance to do it. We do have a photo contest, and our next big thing that's coming up, it's going to be in April, is our West Virginia Envirothon. We do support teams that want to go, that need the funding to go. We pay what it costs for each child. That covers their lodging, that covers their food, and a t-shirt while they're at Envirothon. It's $750 a team. We just covered last night 3 teams to go. Yes, so I'm very excited. I've only been at this job since January 23rd, but I have some amazing and good things coming to the Berkeley County area. Like Miss Nancy said, that I have gotten contact with Amy, and I'm bringing the Soul Tunnel trailer here to Berkeley County and also Jefferson. And next year, my plan is to maybe try to get it into more of the schools. I mean, I understand it's more of probably a pre-K to 3rd grade level, but I feel the kids will find that interesting because the funner you can make learning, the more they're going to absorb from it. And I do have another paper that's in your packet of other programs that I do take out to schools for teachers if they're interested. We have an Enviroscape. We also do scholarships, and we can actually, I'm meeting with Epic here on the 27th, I'm actually doing a pollinator garden with Epic Head Start. And we're going to look to actually starting a bigger garden in Inwood for one of the schools. But, is there any questions?
I have one. When you go into a school, do they bring the whole entire school population into the auditorium or gym, whatever?
No, sir.
Or do you
I actually meet with each individual class.
in each individual class?
Yes. So everyone gets their proper amount of attention.
And most
Any
of that's
questions?
attention to K through H, you said?
No, K through 12.
K through, so you go, okay, all levels. Good.
Do you work with the master gardeners or the county extension agents? or anything?
I haven't got that far yet. Like I said, I've only started on January 23rd. So I'm doing my best to work my way through. I'm still trying to reach out to the 4-Hers to
Well, that's
also
county
get them.
extension.
Well, he hasn't been likely of calling me back or answering my emails, so he's going to get a in-person visit from me.
Well, they're moving, so
Oh, okay.
March 6th, they're actually moving from upstairs to Baltimore Street.
Okay.
Uh, Do you know about Region 9 Planning and Development Council?
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. There's a girl there, Megan Deal.
Mm-hmm.
She is their stormwater, that sort of stuff. But she works with me on the local government advisory committee to the Chesapeake Bay,
Okay.
which is advisory committee to the executive council, who are the governors of the states that are members of the Chesapeake Bay Council.
Mm-hmm.
And she'd be a good person to talk to.
I will have to find out her contact information, and I will take that information and run with it.
All right.
Any other questions?
I don't have any question. I got well, actually, I do have a question, but it's pretty impressive. 415 tons of sediment. You know, I just sat here real quick. It's almost like 21 dump trucks load of dirt. That you, through your programs, you've been able to keep out of the streams.
Mm-hmm.
That's real important. And do you work with MS4? Our stormwater district?
Oh, yes, we do educational stuff with them, but if they called us for physical labor, we would, offer help, but I don't know, Kristen Bison would be the one who would be working with them directly. Supervisors go in and do stuff.
Well, I just think that,
rain
that you could team up with them, yeah, either rain barrels or even the educational portion, because that's also part of their responsibilities is educating the public. Whereas it sounds like you guys doing the same thing, but maybe if you do it together, you can make a bigger
They
splash.
do attend at the fair each year, don't they?
Yes, ma'am.
We're actually.
Yes, we are involved, I've been involved for the last 3 years with helping to provide help
Right.
to them, and it's City of Martinsburg and Girls Group, the county group, and EPCD, West Virginia Rivers, and Cape Ann Institute. And we have our tents all set up. We're only set up for one day because everybody's short on help.
Sure.
But yes, we participate in education programs with a number of cooperators and a number of organizations. As a matter of fact, we're in the process of organizing an all-day meeting or a workshop. We had one about a year ago over at Berkeley County Fairgrounds, and I think the 50-some people who we invited, we probably had 42 entities that showed up. So I think that's a good statement for the confidence they have in us to take their time and show up, and that includes Berkeley, Jefferson, and Morgan counties. So
It'd be nice to know whether or not the rain barrels would give credits to homeowners in lieu of a fee that they would be paying for stormwater management.
well, I tell you what, if you have somebody who wants to get in touch with us, either through Jody or just call the office, we would certainly,
Look into it.
yeah, we just ordered, 450 rain barrels that we just brought in. So we have different resources, but we have to use the blue barrels because they're less likely to produce algae and make water or things
Right.
happen. But yeah, if you all have an idea that we can work into our program or any programs that we have, just call us. Because it could create something new that we hadn't thought of.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
thanks for coming in.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okey dokey. Mr. Kearns, glad to have you here today.
Fred, be good.
Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Are y'all tired of listening to people yet?
Yeah, but I figure we're going to get real tired here.
I've been watching. That's some good nap material.
I was going to say, you have been watching for very long, have you?
I'm still awake.
That's right.
Unfortunately, we're a couple days after Valentine's Day, and Penny promised me some Valentine's, so I wore red.
I didn't tell you wrote just for me. Thank you, Bill.
That's okay. So I enjoy coming and talking with you all because I get to tell you what the great things that we do, and we try to fixate on the great things and not necessarily sometimes when we might stumble a little bit. Did that a couple times in the past year, maybe. I don't know if stumbling is a good word, but we certainly learned from some things and put some policies and processes in place to try to help. But I'm here to tell you, as always, we're appreciative of your all's support of your county health department. Last year, $100,000 was great seed money that you sowed, and we certainly provide that back in tenfold. And so we're asking for level funding this year. We asked for level funding not only for you all, but for the city of Martinsburg and Board of Education, which is tied to a levy there that we're part of. But we take it and we stretch the money, and when we look at how we ended fiscal year 2022, we've had some years that was a lot more profitable than others, but $1,800 was about the difference. We're pretty tight on our budget even going this year. As Councilman Barnhart attends our Board of Health meetings, even when they're in, as you said this morning, wonderful downtown Berkeley Springs. I listened. So we're good stewards of money, and we use it as much as we can for our community and to support the community for public health. But we have our trials and tribulations that we're going through, especially right now with being legislative session. We fight for our existence of public health each and every year. One would think, after we got through the pandemic, and we couldn't have got through it without our community help of everybody that pitched in. And thank you, Steve. Wow, what you all provided at the rec center. We couldn't have done without you. We went through this whole pandemic, and the whole time we was at the rec center, not once did we ever have to worry about feeding any of our staff members because it was all taken care of. We spent all the hours there and seeing thousands of people, never had to worry about buying one bite of food or one bottle of water. The community took care of their health department, volunteers. So the county, outside of all the other things that you provide to us, the funding equates to about 5% of our budget, that $100,000. We work off of, right now we're going to be looking at about a $2 million budget this year because our COVID dollars are drying up. The last of our COVID grants will expire, say, the end of July this year. The COVID activities have switched from the pandemic to an endemic, so we still have some charting that comes through the medical providers, but now in this day and age, everyone does home testing for COVID. When they're sick, they go to the pharmacy or order from the government, and they get the free test kits. Those don't get reported to the health department, so we're not doing contact tracing for that. We do have one person still on our payroll. We have 24 staff members. One person still is working out a little over half-time doing contact tracing. They're a contracted person with us. So we get those. We do that for people that go through the state or their physician's office that they diagnose with COVID. So we're continuing to we'll see our budgets kind of reduce back some to prior COVID dollars, which that's okay because the level of staffing that we had during COVID was up in the 30-some people. Now we're back down to 24. So there was a lot of temp staff at that point. So it was great that we had those COVID dollars. We didn't have to ask for any additional money from the local community to help support that. So we get a lot of savings by what you all provide. I heard Gary talking this morning about that you all empower him to help outside agencies as much as possible. And that is exactly true. Anytime I have a need, and I should know, reach out to Gary. And he says, yep, we can help you. With the help that your all's IT department has provided to us, it's cut thousands of dollars off of what we were paying the state basically as a retainer to cover very little. And with working with Gary, we're basically paying on an as-need basis. So it's helped in our budgets a good bit there. So and even right now, we're required to move to being able to accept the electronic payments, credit cards through our website. Met with Gary about a week and a half ago, and he said, sure, we can take care of this. Set me a budget. This is what it'll cost you to get it implemented. We can take care of it. So I put trust in our county to provide that service to us. So appreciate that. But as we move through, the pandemic sure has caused us a lot of problems within the health department. I'm here to tell you we have a new nurse director that was hired, Tanya Manley, and she's doing a great job. She started with us last October. Still learning because public health was not the field of expertise for her, but long-term in nursing homes, hospitals, and certainly knows HR for human resources. So working and moving through that process in her learning position, but we've re-implemented all of our clinical programs. We're looking at handling walk-ins. We still need to hire another registered nurse. We certainly have it in the budget to hire one, but getting someone to come for the salaries that we have is hard. I know Jim reported this morning that we are unfortunately losing one of our registered sanitarians to the state. They marketed these people from the health departments. Good strategy, I guess, on their part because they didn't have to pay to get these people registered. We sent them through an 8-week training course. We send them through years of experience to get them registered, and then unfortunately we lose them sometimes across the borders.
We've been supplying people to the state for 40 years.
Yes.
Starting with, 50 years, starting with Ron Hampstead.
Yeah. He became an attorney.
Yeah.
So, it's just, it's an expensive venture, but we need to have it. So we're going to try to start advertising again for a sanitarian. Takes a long while to get them. About half my staff are registered, the other half are not. Doesn't mean they're not qualified. They're all equally qualified. It just comes with some come with a little bit more tenure to get that registered sanitarian status. But to get them where the environmental health people can work through all programs and go from wastewater to restaurant inspections to dealing with daycares to it takes a long time to get that experience. So it costs a lot of money to train them, and then it's a little hardening to have them recruited by the state, but we let them know. So Mr. Ondick will be going, he's a registered sanitarian, he'll be handling up in Morgan County because one person up there does everything. We don't have more than one sanitarian up there. So it's a little difficult, but Kara leads a great team in the environmental health department as well as Tanya does with the clinical. But we're dealing with Division of Personnel. Went in Charleston last week. It was Public Health Day. Talked a good bit about locality pay and trying to get them to be able to allow it, but also be able to fund it. It's easy to say, well, we'll let you have your locality pay, but we need to get the money to go along with it for local health. And I think it was being heard, but I'm not sure it's being pushed fast enough this year. It's not. I'm not seeing it moving very quickly. I don't know if you all have or not, but it's something we need to be able to have, especially for our area, that we deal with the higher salaries in Loudoun County or Washington County that we have to be able to take care of. But we need money in our counties to be able to support that. So hopefully things are going to happen down there. I'd like to see it happen. we implemented a program this past year to try to retain some of the staff that we do by implementing a program for tenure credit. So for every up to a maximum amount of years, you can get 2% additional on your salary. But that's short-lived, and it has to be applied for every year through Division of Personnel, just as a short stopgap measure until we can get locality pay implemented and funded. So we're trying some different techniques to keep our staff there, because the amount of knowledge that we're losing is continuously increasing. I'm looking at retirement, and congratulations on you being able to accomplish that. 28 years I have in, and I'd looked at it more seriously last year and tried to, but I guess I didn't run fast enough. So I'm looking at that as well. But the amount of public health knowledge that's being lost across the state, almost half of all of our public health directors across the state have less than 5 years of experience. That's staggering, and the amount of time that we're losing. I talked about such great relationships that we have. Our harm reduction clinic that we operate, and this has a lot of endorsement from you all, as well as the city of Martinsburg, is very successful. We see a couple hundred people every month through our program, meeting the needs, not only just to help keep them safe, help keep them alive, sometimes helping feed them, but we also get them tested, we get them in family planning. We do lots of great things for the clientele that's coming through that program, but it has to have a lot of support. So funds that you all give help support the program. Certainly the partnership that we have with you all, the staff that's hired through the Quick Response Team grant that I write every year. We get the grant, and we reimburse the county for the staff that you all have hired to work in that program through Tim Saya's area, and it's great. It's a partnership. That's what we've built, and it's as Doug used to say many times, that partnership was built in the hallways of this building, and it's so true. So we continue to work through these. I know one of the things that I would like to see is actively again with the building expansion, because we need to get this off the ground. We have some holes out in the ground, but we need to get this building expansion re-energized, hopefully at some point. I've been trying to get some additional funds, but that kind of falls upon deaf ears as well from Charleston, although I did talk to Senator Blair about that. But we need to get it moving. Number one is just preparing for the future of the county as we continue to get our census increased, and we want to expand our services. We need to have someplace to be able to do it. Our environmental, with having five sanitarians working in one small office with every file cabinet for all the files, is just absolutely incredible. But we need to be able to spread them out so they can have personal meetings with people and be more accessible. But we need to look into our clinical areas. Right now, we are, with the situation we have one lobby. We have people coming in the front doors, one entrance, dealing with two entirely separate areas, not only the clinical side, where they're coming in for family planning or harm reduction, but also the same people walk through the door that deal with environmental health issues. So we have people coming in for paying their restaurant permit fees, or coming in to apply to get a restaurant open, or constructing on the properties, installers coming in, and they're coming in and seeing the same people that's coming through for our harm reduction program. And they start wondering, what are these people coming in here for? What's these bags that they have for? What clinic's going on today? Well, you shouldn't see that. It should be totally separate from. But right now, with what we're doing, we don't have that. So we try the best we can to protect privacy. We're all about HIPAA, but it's kind of hard to separate it the way it is right now. So that's one of the great parts about having our building expansion put in. It's going to be an entirely separate entrance, and I think we've invested a lot of time and certainly money. I really need to see this getting a little bit of traction and getting moving as much as possible. I know the county is obligated to so many different building projects going on right now, but I think the public health part should be a priority as well. I'm not saying we're the only priority, because I don't want to take away from anybody else, but I represent your public health department, and I'm your representative, so I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if it didn't come in front of me and say, we need to get this meeting. Certainly, the money you all provide is good seed money. It's looking for not here, but it's also looking for the future. And that's what we're about. I think Berkeley County, and I love to brag that I'm a resident of Berkeley County. I've been all my life. And I'm proud to be able to say, you know, I have county officials, I have city officials that support us, because lots of health departments don't have that across the state. We're very lucky to have you all. But I also have my job to come to you and ask you to continue to do that. And just ask that, you know, we continue to move forward, and we can't afford to be stagnant. We have to move forward. I'm just asking you for next year, for, you know, the two things I'd like to see is level funding, and then also to get more actively engaged in the building expansion.
Okay. Any questions, anybody?
Bill, did I hear you right that so the state health department determines the salary scale for all your employees?
We are all state civil service employees.
Okay.
We're not state employees.
Right.
We're state civil service employees. So that means that we pay to be part of the West Virginia Division of Personnel. So we have to follow their salary structure. So anything additional, we actually put it in writing. They put it in front of their board of directors to approve. We can't just all of a sudden say in-house we want to increase salaries. I can get my board to request it, but then it has to go to the Division of Personnel. They have to approve it in Charleston. Then they send it back. Either they approve it or disapprove it. We tried to do a total comprehensive review of our salary positions that's in the health department, sent it down to them. 3/4 of them were denied because they're not, and they say this, they're not proactive, they're reactive. So they won't look at salaries unless it's a position that's open and you can't hire for. Then you can submit a special hiring rate request and they'll review that. But yes, we follow that same as the employees of Boone County or any of the other small counties. We have to adhere to those.
See, I'm confused because the sheriff's department, deputies, and all are civil service as well.
They're not state employees. They're county employees.
But they are civil service.
They're civil service, but they're civil.
So we can pay them more money than other counties, is what my point is.
That's because they work for you, not the state.
In this case, you actually work for the state, is what you're saying?
But we're considered a non-state agency, but we are part of the state. Yeah.
Okay.
It's always, even from when I started here back in the first of '96, it's always been, you know, you're a state employee at some point. We're county to the point with our name. We're within the city of Martinsburg, but we're really kind of out there. We receive funding from you all as an agency, but we're not county employees.
When they get a paycheck, who's it from?
It comes from the Board of Health.
The Board of Health takes money from various
So it comes from the Board of Health, state Board of Health, is what you're telling me.
No, it comes from the local Board of
It comes
Health.
from the
We
local
retain
Board of Health.
the accounts here through the county.
Okay.
Sheriff's our treasurer.
Okay.
So it comes through our local
We're
account.
neither county employees.
I mean, that just
We're
blows
local
me
employees.
away that if you had the money and resources to pay your people more, because it's harder here to obviously keep people than the rest of the state, that you can't pay them more. It just
No.
We receive,
amazes
We're
me.
on a state schedule.
Yeah.
we receive money from the state base per capita.
So then the locality pay is a really big deal for you all, to say the least. Yeah.
The per capita amount we receive from the state is $4 and some change.
So where are you with your staffing, like on the clinical side in particular? Are you?
We have our nurse director was hired. We have two LPNs. We have a registered nurse up in Morgan. We have that one LPN also that works up there, LPN down in Berkeley County. And then we're still looking also for another registered nurse. LPNs are great, but their scope of practice is limited when it comes to public health because they basically, in many of our programs, they work on their own. We have standing orders, but in certain programs, such as our STD program, they diagnose, they treat based on their knowledge. So having that RN allows them to do that, but as an LPN, they cannot.
So but are you able to keep up with the demands for people coming in for their inoculations and all their other services that you provide?
Yes, we do, because it's been such a great joint venture of making a combined Board of Health. During our very heavy clinic days down here, we're able to pull, like today, we pulled one of the nurses from up at Morgan County to come down here to work a family planning program. So we're able to do that for our staff as needed. So yes, absolutely, we're keeping up with that. Vaccines our LPNs can do because it's pretty much we follow the guidelines of the feds as far as the required immunizations. And we have standing orders from Dr. McLaughlin as what those different age brackets get different vaccinations. So it is, but when it gets time closer to school starting, it will get highly stressed, same as it was during the flu vaccination season. And through the pandemic, of course, we had to draw upon WVU and every other agency to help us because we were not able to do it.
And how long has Morgan and Berkeley been joint now, Bill? In your mind, what you're saying is that's been a positive thing for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. Without doubt, that was one of the most positive things that I've ever done in the public health career.
It's been about 3 years, hasn't it?
Almost
four, yeah.
And, we were duplicating everything administratively. Grants, every grant we had to write 2 of them. So it certainly has cut down, and we divided things up so we can make sure we show on paper that, the local dollars are going to support the local staff. They're not supplanting staff in the other county. So when you look at our financials, you'll see that as far as where the money goes. But, we have to live by grants sometimes just to be able to keep our staff in place. And we continue. Grants are great, but anybody that tells you to write grants, they're not guaranteed. And so many things we have to, we hire some staff and we tell them right off the bat, hey, if this grant goes away, unfortunately, the position might go away. Unless we can get something to transfer you over into. So we did that with the pandemic grants. We got a couple $1 million out of the pandemic grants. But when the need stopped for all those clinics and these people were hired under there, those people were basically said, you were temporary staff, you won't have it anymore. So we went down just one, where at one time I think we had 12 contractual people doing contact tracing. Now we have 1.
Well, I witnessed the COVID vaccination program firsthand every day in the rec center for over a year. And all I can say is, and I actually thanked the governor when he was here a few weeks ago about the way the state handled it, the way our local health department handled the vaccination program was exceptional. And I think it was probably the best situation in all the state at how we got our vaccinations out to the people that wanted them. And of course, over the years in my previous job, I worked with the health department on our pools, on our concessions, and it's always been a good working relationship to keep things safe for the public. And I appreciate what y'all have done over the years.
As a regulator, it's not always the easiest of keeping that relationship mutually agreeable, because the regulator is the one that's responsible for whether it's us or have planning, engineering. As a regulator, it's tough. But we have a job to do, and we have a lot of people to protect. So absolutely.
I think your biggest issue, obviously, in the future, and it continues to be, is retaining of employees that are experienced, and that's the problem. We get somebody that once they gain the experience and then they're gone, and that's what I think the issue is for us, the state, and everyone, is to make it so that we can pay these people a fee, a structure, a salary where they will want to stay here, and do the job. I think that's the key to y'all's success.
One we just lost is the state made them an offer, about $10,000 more a year, be able to work from home most of the time, given a vehicle. Can't compete with that.
Right. So I have a question. I know you guys are controlled by the state. Have you guys talked with the state about having like permits reciprocal between counties and whatnot? Because I know Berkeley and Morgan are tied together, but like Jefferson right next door, you can't take a food truck over there, for say. You have to fill out a whole nother set of paperwork and get a whole nother application fee. and all that. And I get the fees is what helps pay you guys.
Mhm.
It's one thing to pay a fee. Like if you're already registered here and you already got the paperwork filed here, why couldn't you just pay the fee? You understand what I mean? Is there a way to, who do you talk to about working that stuff out and making it more user friendly? You know, like if I want to take my food truck to Morgantown, why couldn't I just, I'm certified within the state with this 40-page paper. I don't understand why I couldn't pull it up there and use it. You know, if I had a business license in their county or city, why I'd have to go get a whole nother health permit. That's kind of confusing.
Regulations and being user-friendly don't go together. Unfortunately, we'd love to just be able to say that no matter what county you're permitted under, have reviewed like mobile units and things of that nature. That's what would go between counties.
Right.
Brick and mortar places are going to. But we'd like to say, all things considered, that everybody would be inspected equally. That's not the case. And I'm not saying about Jefferson County. It could be Hardy. It could be Pocahontas. I'm very proud of how meticulous our staff is. It's not that we're harder. We're just by the book. And so to be able to say, okay, well, if you pay your and we're a large county, so your chances are more so that the place is going to be housed within Berkeley County. But all of a sudden they go to another county, such as Jefferson or up to Hardy. Well, when they're in a county, they're required to be inspected. So that county is going to expend their man hours to be able to do that inspection, but they're not receiving any revenue from the permit. So that's the only thing I can look at. I know there's some legislation out there right now that's going to allow that, and the permit would be paid to the, I guess what they look at, if it does get passed between both sides of the legislature, that permit fee would be paid to the county of origin, but that doesn't help the other counties when they go to present their fair or festival or something, that they're going to have to go out and inspect them, make sure they got hot water, then make sure they got, you know, refrigeration and everything. They're not going to get any revenue from that. They're going to spend their man hours going out to inspect, and some of the places they may be there an hour waiting to get the water hot and all this stuff, but they receive no revenue from it. So I can see both sides of it, but
well, it's one thing if you just had to pay a fee,
right?
But to have to fill out the whole new paperwork and do all that is a
paperwork. I think would be perfectly fine too. I have no problem with that.
You know, like I said, I get it. Maybe split the fee down, you know, versus I don't remember exactly what we pay per food truck, but I mean, you wouldn't want to pay that for 40 counties,
right?
You know, clearly, or 50 counties. You know, obviously, you're not going to travel over all the counties, but you know, to have to fill out the 40-page paperwork again, right, and wait 30 days, and you know,
and do a plan review fee,
right? Yeah,
I certainly understand. Yeah, I don't know if that would happen.
It would seem like the state could offer multi-county use.
Permits or something.
Multi-county permits.
I think that may happen at some point. At least it takes
with the way
takes up
the
to 5 years to get a bill passed.
Yeah, the way the agritourism goes. I mean, if you would take a food truck from here to Berkeley or Jefferson, Morgan, Poco, you know, I think through agritourism, it would be beneficial for the state to do that.
I know we were concerned about the state wanting to split DHHR up into so many different places that we were concerned that because some of it was going around about, you know, even what we do, that, you know, sanitarians, part of them may become part of the Department of Ag and the other part for DEP. Well, I did get that rumor debunked when I was in Charleston. That wasn't the intent of it. We'll still be under the Bureau of Public Health, but it is a big concern and be able to apply. And but we have a lot of people that come in from out of state. They're invited by local businesses to come display out of state, and they don't know the West Virginia rules. Mm-hmm. And honestly, some of the states go for a more current food code than what West Virginia has. We just had to implement the new code, and we're not even working off of 2023. I don't even know if that's out there yet. But the food code, we had to require changes that everybody had to at least have a ServSafe manager. So, and we didn't have the staff to be able to provide that training, so they were required to have that provided by third-party vendors, which made it more difficult. So that may be something I see happening. It may be another year or two where that may happen, but I think that probably will happen. But I would be concerned about where the permit fees actually paid in. And most people aren't going to want to share that permit and say, okay, you.
Well,
you're
you have
gonna-
to have, you sort of have to have a home kitchen with your
Yes.
truck anyway, or a, not home kitchen, but.
Right,
Business.
housing area that's a permitted kitchen.
So I would think maybe that'd be the county that got the fee.
That's where it's looking at right now. That's what they're thinking.
Yeah. There's no commissary kitchens in this county.
Most places will, if you have a mobile, you're going to take it through a permitted food service establishment or, anything that's got a permit.
Yeah, I have something in my place that pay me. Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
Thank you so much for coming in.
Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Appreciate you too. Thank you. Mr. Lang, good to see you again.
Not so soon.
Already sold it.
Good afternoon again.
Whatever Mike wants, give it to him and just take it out of Shelley's.
Shelley's got it. Thank you, Mike. We'll see you guys later.
Hey, I'm done, yeah, thank you. I appreciate
Works
it.
for me.
First I want
We're balanced.
yes. Yes, for a reason, you're gonna find out here why in a minute. First I want to say thank you. I'm probably one of the few departments not gonna come up here and tell you I got staffing issues. I don't have that. I think it's a three-pronged approach is why I don't have that. One is the starting salary is at a good point now. The career ladder we have is another good point. And I think that the third prong in this is the insurance. The 34 people I have, probably 28 don't have the insurance. So
You missed one prong. It's leadership too.
it's not hard to recruit people coming out of prison. You know, I don't want to say that in the wrong way.
Well, it
but
depends on what side of the bars you're on.
yes, it is. And I'm probably one of the few departments that have a waiting list for people to work. So I just want to say thanks for that. We've come a long way in 4 or 5 years. We really have. Y'all ready for this? This is going to be entertaining.
Let's do it.
I told Shelley, come watch me so she'll know how not to do it. Can I start my easiest one first? Roadside 813?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. We're going to leave that at 2,000. That 2,000 is ample enough to buy their supplies, keep them in clothing and safety gear and all that. So we're just going to leave that as it's been since 2018.
Is Apple Valley still providing?
Yes, sir.
As you know, we have a partnership with Apple Valley Waste. They provide a lot of supplies.
Yeah, they dump, we pay the dump fees, we get the pickers, we get the bags. Basically, anything we provide for our guys, besides the salaries coming out of another budget. But as far as the gears, the reflective gear and safety gear for them. So that's working well. Now, 416, the court security, I'm asked for over a $36,000 increase. And there's 3 reasons, a 3-prong approach to that one also. Since July of last year, I've added 6 new staff. It's costly to buy the weapon and buy the vest. Just the weapon and vest, I'm $2,000 in, just on those 2 items. So I'm asking for an increase for that. The second reason for the increase for the $18,410 is for new weapons. Our weapons are 6 years old, which ain't terribly old, but we want to go to a different sighting system. We submitted a whole packet of why, and I brought Mike Schaefer, who I call Tackleberry, to explain if we had any questions about the MOS system and the red dots, which I do not have. I know we borrowed a set from Swamp Fox Industry. We went to the range, so races by the city, and I would tell you, our shooting accuracy increased tenfold. We were shooting 3-inch plate, 15 yards, and just tearing it up.
What kind of sighting was that?
Here, Mike.
It's a red dot system, so it's an enclosed emitter.
Like a holographic dot?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The traditional 3-dot iron sights.
Right.
This is a sight that actually sits on top of the slide. It takes a special slide for that that has to have a cut for that to actually sit on top of, which is the reason for the request for the new weapon, because weapons we have now won't house something like that. But that actually, where that dot lands is where that round is going. So it's
Without it producing a dot on
exactly.
the
So
target.
you will, no one will actually see
Correct.
like a laser would imprint on someone. This is within the housing itself, and only the shooter sees. So where you aim that dot, that's where your round is going to land. Much less to focus on. It's faster. It's just all around better.
Maybe I need to get you to sight one in for me.
Yes, sir, I can do it.
We have 3 black armors and 4 range instructors on staff.
Okay.
So it's not one of them that won't wipe off.
You won't know it
Right.
until it hits you.
What caliber gun is it?
9mm. The good part is
Where do you get your ammunition?
Mountaineer custom cartridge from a guy from, where am I at? Elkins.
Elkins,
Elkins.
yeah, middle of the state, yeah.
So you have your ammunition, sheriff has his ammunition. Okay.
Now, on that, the slide part, does
Yes.
the holographic move with the slide as it ejects, or does it stay stationary? Because I figured that would.
As the slide reciprocates, that sight is stationary on that slide, so it is moving
Moving with
the
it.
slide. Yes.
Okay, so it has evolved enough to keep it and maintain its accuracy after it moves and everything.
Yes, sir. We have the T&E sights that we received from Swamp Fox. Actually went out and sighted those weapons in, and we used another company that a couple of us officers actually had on our personal weapons, which is Holosun, which is a different company, and that's the company that we're looking to go with. That sight is so far advanced now that it is solar powered. So if the 50,000 hour battery life were to die on us, usually the older sites would rely on the sun to charge that. This new system would rely on these lights as well. And one charge, which takes a few minutes, will last 1 year. So that battery, that site will never stop working. And it's a newer system where it will sit so low on the slide that it will co-witness with our iron sights front and back. So if something were to happen to that site, we still have our traditional sights to rely on top of that as well. So it's a very advanced system.
Now you know why I brought it.
Yep. Tackleberry.
The good news is the cost of this mostly is for the sights and the holster. They're giving us $325 for old weapons, and the new weapons are going to cost them $429. So we're paying a difference of $104 for a new weapon, which is
reasonable.
What was that number again, Mike?
$104 difference for the weapons, $325 for our trade-ins, and $429 for the new weapon.
And when do you want to do this?
As soon as you give me money to
Next fiscal year.
next fiscal year.
Next week.
Tomorrow.
Like to have it-
Yesterday.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know my name's Lang. I like to spend money.
Y'all don't carry tasers as well?
Yes, sir.
You do? Okay.
Yes. We have about every non-lethal method that we have at our disposal.
I don't think he's seen the glove yet, has he?
You got that video?
I don't think I want to see.
No,
it.
I don't.
If you went over sometime.
Yeah,
You
we'll-
get taser?
Yeah, I'd wear old clothes.
I've been age limit on that.
It's for real, but once you release, it's done. There's no probes.
I'm getting one.
It's done.
You were not getting close to me with
So that's our request for that. It really, I had Mike write it all up and we submitted it along with our budget increase request. He did a great job on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But to actually use it and see everybody shooting, it was amazing. It really worked.
If I could add something, Mike.
Sure.
In the report I stated, I did a lot of research on this in general. And I researched the LAPD, FBI statistics, and a lot of other departments throughout our country. And I came to the realization, I had no clue that active law enforcement shootings, law enforcement misses 78% of the time. I never thought that number would be that high. There's been 11 active shootings from police officers since I did this report. And that number jumped from 20-some% hits to 68% hits, just from those 11 incidences with the red dot involved.
Somebody told me what LAPD meant. That was locals against Pennsylvania drivers. So remember that when you're watching the tag on.
I thought that was great.
That's a remarkable difference.
It really is. And like Chief Lang stated, when we took our officers out there and put them on Martinsburg City's range, I mean, the difference was night and day. I mean, you would take the plates that we were shooting. It's the instant gratification of that steel ringing when you hit it. We would be within 10 shots, 2 to 3 hits with traditional iron sights that we carry now. And with that red dot implemented on that weapon, we were hitting 7 to 8 times per officer.
Okay, now I've heard the number, but I can't remember the distance between close, I hate to use the word combat, but close confrontation. It's usually within 6 feet of each other. Is that the correct number?
2 to 3 feet a lot of times.
2 to 3 feet. Okay.
Yes, sir. And there's so many misses from that range. Some officers will shoot 15 to 20 rounds and miss every single round with traditional iron sights. But the real benefit of a red dot sight is distance, honestly. When you reach 10 to 15 yards away from someone, that's where the red dot really shines. I mean, you really reach out. You can go to the 25-yard line, which is not an easy shot with this weapon. But when you implement that red dot onto that weapon, and you shoot from that distance, you can hit every time with it. I mean, it really is amazing.
I would think that there would be an advantage around other people having to shoot.
Instead of the wrong person.
Yeah.
It is, because when we're trained to focus on the front sight of that weapon. And when you focus on the front sight of that weapon, your target is now blurry. And a lot of times you'll close one eye and you have no vision to the side of you. So if there's another assailant to the right of me, and I'm focused on the front and I'm focused on that one front post, when you implement a red dot onto that weapon, both eyes are open and you're seeing that red dot here, so your field of vision is now everywhere. So not only are you more accurate and your follow-up shots are faster, but you're seeing the entire thing now. So the chance of someone behind that person or someone to the right, the chance is reduced a lot of someone else being accidentally hit from that shot that's been taken. So it's really great.
But there's nothing from our current setup that we can use with the new setup. We have to poster everything from scratch.
Current weapon is
Glock 17.
okay.
And they're not making a Glock 17 in MLS anymore. They changed it to a Glock 47. Yes, we found that out recently too. Since we did it before.
And your current weapons are good for how many rounds?
Oh, honestly, Glocks can last a very, very long time. They'll last for a long time.
Okay.
And each time we shoot, we qualify twice a year. The Glock armor's clean. We don't clean our own gun. So they're all clean, they're all tore apart the same way, clean the same way, maintained the same way by our in-house Glock armors. And that's really been beneficial. So, okay. That's why I brought Tackleberry with me. Mike is my go-to guy when it comes to weapons. He did a great job putting that together. He really did. The third prong for my increase is when we got the grant for vests 3 years ago, we bought all the vests at one time. I'm suggesting we start stair-stepping it out. Let's got 10 new vests. They're only good for 5 years by the manufacturer with their stamp on. So let's start buying 10 this year, 10 the next budget year, 10 the next budget year. So we're not hit with a large sum.
If we can even get them.
If we can even get them, yes. So that was the third prong for my $36,000 increase from 416. Staffing, new weapons, new sites, and stair-stepping our new vest version. So everything's not expiring at the same time. That'd be a big hit.
How many people do you have, Mike?
34 now with the transportation.
34?
Yes.
They're not all under 416.
Okay.
No.
We added 2 new to 416 this year.
With the addition of the new master, yes.
And then we added 4, we just added 4 to
801.
801.
So every time you get a new magistrate, you need 2 more then. What about if a new judge comes in?
Same number.
Just 2?
2 numbers. That's giving me two, that's with no relief factor. That's not counting vacation time, that's bare view, bare bones. It's two. You know, if you do the staffing analysis on a 5-day post, you actually need 2.7 people per
judge.
5-day judge. But we get by pretty well. I mean, we've grown, don't get me wrong. March of 16, 17? 17.
March of 17.
We had like 16 staff. But we added circuit judge, we added magistrate, we added community service, we added veterans, now we've added transportation. So we went from 16 to 30.
Until March of 17, they fell under the control and the responsibility to control the sheriff. And then we.
That's his own division.
Well, they're under you now, they're county council employees, which has worked out.
It's been a great relationship.
Very well.
801, I'm going to stumble on this one. This is my first time with 801. Just to give you a little history on it, you know, we started this February 1st. As of 2 o'clock, we have done 12 trips to Sharps, Clarksburg, Huntington. They've done 12 arraignments. When I mean arraignments, when a deputy brings a arrestee in between Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, and that deputy comes in the door in the arraignment room, the transportation officer relieves him, that deputy goes back out on his sleeping beat. He's not tied up with arraignment. We take over. If the arrestee gets released on bond, he walks out the door. If the arrestee goes to jail, we transport him to jail. So we're really freeing up some time. That's 174 man hours that have been spent on 12 trips and 12 arraignments in 15 days and 3,765 road miles in 15 days. So in short term, it's working as designed. It's working well. We have great communication with the Sheriff's Office with the transport orders. We're in the process of developing an office for transportation, so they'll be in the loop of getting the orders and such. So it's really working well. You know, the numbers show it's working.
You wouldn't happen to have a number that possibly you're saving in overtime for the sheriff, do you?
We will save some money on overtime. It's going to be minimal in the grand scheme of things.
But you're using overtime as well to do
Yes,
this,
sir.
obviously, so.
The two guys were on call last week, got like 37, 42 hours overtime.
Right.
They're beating up and down the road. There's no way around it. It's that's what we have to do.
But the goal, this whole, I mean, the goal of this transportation division and this partnership was, yeah, maybe it'll reduce the overtime a little bit, but instead of running 2 deputies to Huntington, those 2 deputies are patrol deputies. They're now here in their home county running patrol on the road.
Right. And we couldn't do it if we didn't have the experienced staff that I have on staff. 90% of my staff retired from prison with 20, 25 years experience with inmate transport. So they are subject matter experts on it. So that's the other card that makes it work. Is the experience I have. So I don't know where we're going to start with this. I'm going to need your help on this. We did the budget, and we come up. We're going to send them to annual training. There's an annual inmate transportation training in Pennsylvania, and that was going to be the $2,400 on that line item. Professional service, that's $100,000, and that's to pay. I don't know if you help me on this one.
We still have to have mental hygiene evaluations done. That $100,000 has always been in the budget. That's not a new line item for Mike. You'll see that we budgeted that for the current fiscal year. And to date, let me pull that up real quick. We budgeted $100,000. To date, we've spent just shy of $36,000. 35.9% spent to date. So it depends on how many mental hygiene evaluations are being ordered, and those mental hygiene evaluations are typically done through
No hygiene committee?
Yeah, no, the mental evaluations. It'll come to me. But anyway, we have East Ridge.
East Ridge, okay.
East Ridge would typically do those evaluations and send us a bill.
So that's where that big number wasn't mine. That's neat.
And that's been constant for
A
the
while.
past 4 or 5 years. Sometimes we get almost right up to the brink of 100,000. We've never gone over 100. The way it's trending this year, you'll land well under 100, but 100's a good number.
So that's why basically, to keep it very simple, I'm asking for 29,600 to run it with supplies, uniforms, training, and I have 1,200 in there, and that was just a guesstimate for feeding the person that we have in custody.
There is one line item in there, line 343, automobile supplies, $8,000. We can take that out. We used to pay for fuel separate out of this account, but now we pay all that out of the fuel fleet card. That's paid out of your courthouse budget.
So yeah, like I said, repeats 29,600 basically for supplies, uniforms, and training. And when we buy the weapons and vests, it'll come out of that budget. When we buy the ammo, it'll come out of that. We'll keep it ourselves.
Okay,
Any questions on any of them?
I think you got it covered.
The vehicles that you're using for transport,
We're using the sheriff's office vehicle, the white Tahoe.
what kind of shape are they in?
We're hoping to evolve to able to get an actual, what I call a transport vehicle. These are trip vehicles. They're made with a cage. I'm talking transport van. A Sprinter van is now an industry standard with a recording system that you keep the camera on the subject in the back. It's talking ADA compliance, because right now if we have one in a wheelchair, we got to call and pay for an ambulance transport.
So they're not handicapped accessible.
They're not handicap accessible. So the new Sprinter van would be ADA compliant. And it's designed for long-term transport. And you want to hear that number?
I can only imagine.
It's north of 125,000.
But you probably only need one, I would think.
We start with that.
Start with one, yes.
If this program keeps going like it's going, it's just going to grow. It really is. The way the county grows, it's growing. I mean, 12 trips in 15 days. We've done 24 trips in 15 days. They covered 3,700 miles in 15 days.
Is any of this expense recoverable from
DHHR.
DHHR?
Yes.
And we did get our first reimbursement 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Since
But-
July.
Right.
Well, I
That
mean,
was the first
even
since we did
likely never from the subject or anything like that.
No.
That's just the problem of the source. Okay.
For 3,700 miles, 15 days, they've been hitting the road pretty good.
Like, for your all safety, how are these guys secured in the vehicle?
There's a barrier between them and the subject and back.
That's it? They're not chained or secured to the
They're
vehicle?
handcuffed in the front. The subject and back are handcuffed in the front. Depending on them, it's leg irons. And depending on them, it depends on what level we go. We go leg irons, spit hoods. You're not dealing with everybody that's going to listen to what you're saying. So, but usually it's just handcuffs in the front.
And we did have an instance a couple years ago where one of the transport tore up the vehicle pretty good.
Yes, sir. We had that mental hygiene here in the courthouse, and we did everything. It was a handful.
The gloves.
It came in real. I don't think it had been affected.
Really?
Mike can talk to anyone, and that's his secret sauce. He can bring anybody down from any ledge. And they tell what I told you. She was screaming.
It was a different type of lady. But I was told that if I was not able to calm her down, I was coming to watch. She was calm for 3 hours.
Mike has that ability. He really does have that ability to come and talk to anybody. And I recognize it, and I use it every chance we need.
That wasn't a teenage girl, was it?
No,
I've
no.
never seen anything like that.
No, not that.
And these are all recorded, I assume.
That was with the video in the judicial
Center, yes,
Right.
yeah, that's what I
When I
meant.
talk about the transportation grant, right now, there's
No,
nothing.
no, I understand that, but I meant the incident was in the court
Was video
only, yeah, okay.
I
Who
think I
was she?
mentioned to the council a week or so ago that we're pricing out the cost of putting the rear-facing cameras in home confinement. Well, we'll do the same thing in the transport vans, not only for the employees' protection, but also for the county's protection from a liability perspective.
Correct.
Because, we don't want someone back there, pounding their head against the glass and show up all bloodied and say that, one of our employees did it to them.
And that's where the transportation van comes in. It's designed so they're not being scarred up when they bang their head against the windows. It's going to happen. 25 years in this industry, it's going to happen. It's human nature. And we'll deal with it the proper way. And that's where we're very fortunate to have the guys who dealt with this for 20 years. They dealt with it.
Anticipated, could see it.
You can see it coming, Mike can see it coming a mile away. So, any questions?
Answered mine.
Way to go.
We thank you very much, and again, like I said, thank you for making my department, or our department, what it is today. I appreciate it.
We thank you for making it what it is.
It's a team effort. There's a lot of moving parts, so. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Can we sit back and heckle Shelley now?
Please,
Yes.
actually, you don't even
Yes.
have to sit in the back, just sit right down there where you're at. Shelley, the good news, whatever Mike wanted, we took from your budget. Whatever you want, we're taking from Mr. Petrucci's budget. So,
Sorry about that, Tony.
We welcome you, the Honorable Miss Shopper. Which one, Tony?
Tony.
he's actually very disturbed.
That's why she's in the corner with him.
Some people have an
We welcome
emotional
you.
support dog, you have an emotional support clerk. So that's what you're.
We welcome you, Ms. Shopper, for your.
Thank
We
you.
The
welcome
thing
you
of
for
it is,
being here.
even with his vest, they don't let him on airplanes.
I got something to talk about next meeting, Tony. But, okay, thank you for coming in, and
Thank
we welcome you.
Well, how's it going?
How's it going? Yeah.
Great.
Good.
It really is. I really like it. It's a lot to learn.
Yep, every day.
Every day. Every day is something different. The girls are excited and teaching me, bringing me in whenever there's something new that's coming across their desk. It's not the same thing day in and day out. Really like it a lot.
Good.
All right, well, the podium is yours.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what I'm supposed to do, but I have the budget here. It was pretty much, I think, submitted before I came on board, but I do have a copy here, and mine, actually, the circuit clerk's office, is mostly salary. And in this process, with me being new to this position, I am looking at restructuring. We're trying to streamline a lot of areas between the different people that we work with the circuit judges, with prosecuting attorney's office. So we're doing some reorganization within the office. So when it comes to salary, I may have an extra couple of line items that or spaces that's available. And we're not sure right now if I need to fill those or not. I know there should be at least two spots that I should fill. I'm not in a hurry to fill them, but I'd like to get them filled probably within the next 6 months. But besides that, I think everything's going well. If you look at the expenses, again, those are very few. I did ask for small increases. One was in travel because of only the expenses. Travel's going up. Maintenance and repair for equipment's about the same. Advertising and legal publications. The state mostly covers almost all of our publications, but there may be times that we will need to advertise even if there's a position available or something of that sort. And we do know that those, again, expenses have gone up a little bit. Training and education. This is something that if there's any type of training that's available and offered to me, I would like to take advantage of it, and also for my staff. I think it's very important that if someone is in charge of the jury selection and what that process is, yes, I can go and I can learn, But if they do this day in and day out, they really should be there along with me at these conferences and any trainings that's available. Dues and subscriptions, line items still the same, and also with departmental supplies and materials. It's very simple. Do you have any questions?
If the council will recall, Shelley's in kind of an unusual position. She's an elected official and her employees fall under the county umbrella, so you're co-employer with her employees. However, all of her computer equipment, if you recall, it's been 4, 5, 6 years ago, the state decided that the county wasn't getting involved anymore, so they had us pull all of our equipment out, and the state put their own equipment in, and they're part of that network. So we can provide very limited IT support to them. In fact, the state has pretty much told us to stay out of their business. And then she's got that third arm that she has to worry about, and that's the judges. So she's got, and she and I have talked about it, kind of unique. She's got one of the more unique elected official positions in the county.
With the state being, the equipment masters for you, how often do you run into any issues? I mean, that you need to get a hold of the state IT person?
Well, actually, they were up in our office yesterday and today, because if we want to simply move the computer, we have to have the state come in. I have to contact the Supreme Court. They have to come in and do that. So they're coming from Charleston. Thank goodness they were going to be here in the Eastern Panhandle. There's some other business, and they're like, it won't take very long. They'll just go by. And we came in yesterday and finished up some things this morning. Because, as I mentioned, we're restructuring. I'm moving the girls who all work together in certain areas instead of one here at the front and one's in the back of the office. You learn more from one another, from your neighbor. So we kind of group together.
Very good.
And
So do
usually,
you work through the Attorney General then, or the Supreme Court?
Supreme Court.
Not the Attorney General?
No, Supreme Court. That's who I have to.
But if she has a printer that doesn't work, she can't pick up the phone and call Gary.
I can call Gary about my telephones.
Right.
We talked about some training, visual aids, maybe coming into the office. We talked about that a little bit yesterday. So, basically, it's all through the state. I have to wait for Charleston to want to come to this area to
Now, we have had instances where Gary knows, of course, all the IT, they talk to each other. He will call sometimes and say, listen, we have a printer on the glitch. Do you really want to send someone down here from Charleston? Can we take a look at it? And they will, but they don't like our fingers in their equipment.
We needed a program added recently. One of the girls was going to take over, we had a part-time position in the evening. I knew she was leaving the first year, which she did. And one of the other deputy clerks stepped forward and said, I'll take over that. And it's the digital recordings that we have for the courtrooms, and it's converting them over and uploading them to the system that we use. And she had to try to figure out how to use this and to get this onto her computer. And a person with the IT department here contacted the state, got the approval on the phone right then and there, and he said, "Jack, go in and do it." So he was allowed to go ahead and upload that program onto our computer. So as Alan said, instead of sending someone from Charleston, some small things, they will allow them to step in.
So you haven't had any major issues yet?
No, sir. No, sir.
Very good.
So how often do you guys have problems that you have to call?
I haven't been there that long.
Did
Don't
Ms.
jinx
Simon
me.
tell you anything? Like how often she's had to call them?
No, not really. I don't think they really have major issues. We were wondering about, we were talking earlier because we're, again, trying to streamline the jury selection a little bit. and trying to use all of the resources available for that program. And one of the things was our machine gets tied up for 2 hours to print all 600 documents, because every month we send out 600 jury requests out to possible jurors. And I was like, no, I don't think it should be that. So while he was here, he just double checked the computer and said it's not programmed right. But he just happened to be here, and I just happened to say, hey, because I'm coming before you guys today, I didn't know who the printer, belonged to and what I needed to do. And
I was
so let
just
me
saying,
check the program.
if they had to come up here a lot, it might be on their better benefit to hire a contractor in the area
Well,
that does the work for them instead of
You
sending
would
somebody
think,
up all the time.
but this gentleman that came up, there were 2 of them. It was their first time seeing these.
Common sense is not allowed.
Right, has nothing to do with it.
So is your computer network, is it linked into other circuit clerks through the state, or is that
We
a
share like
standalone?
Basecamp, but basically our programs or our Courts Plus is a state program. And yes, everyone that is in the Courts Plus program, not all 55 counties, Kanawha County is not in this electronic program. I just cannot believe that. They have 44 employees in their circuit clerk's office. It makes sense because they're still doing everything by paper. Ours, the attorneys and everyone has to file electronically.
And that's only been in place for 3 years without eval.
It's 2017.
Has it been? Okay, just maybe it has been a little longer, 5 or 6 years. Because there was, if you remember, there was some real, we even had some issues. Because we were involved in the eval because of when we had to help Norwood, I shouldn't say we, the ladies had to help Norwood with eval, and it was, the first year or so, it was
terrible.
It was brutal.
They had to go through all the time when that was happening.
In the way I understand it, we may be not as many staff members as what Kanawha County has, but we are the busiest circuit clerk's office.
Again, we're tasked to do more with less.
More so than Kanawha County.
Yes.
Wow.
Well, pre-pandemic, we had 120,000 go through the front door of the judicial center, which was higher than the population of the county at that time.
You gotta think you're arresting a lot of people from out of state too.
Yeah, and that doesn't include the inmates that go through the Sally Port. So we probably have the busiest judicial center, probably the busiest judicial center in the state.
I would think their highway in Kanawha County gets as many hiccups as ours does. On the quick travel.
Maybe I should pray under Trent's decision. But no, I enjoy this.
See, he's got time.
I noticed that. No, I enjoy it. It's something new every day. It's very interesting. I appreciate your all support. Mr. Davis and Penny both are very willing to answer my questions. I'm not afraid to ask questions, so I do approach them with questions quite often. I will catch on. I will get it. I just have to realize I've only been in here 6 weeks or so.
Month and a half.
It's a long
I
way.
keep thinking it's been long.
And I'm sure your predecessor, she answers your phone calls?
Yes.
I'm sure. And so does Tony. He said, so do I.
And you have a experienced staff.
Yes.
I mean, they can kind of take you by the hand.
And that's where I'm fortunate because, one, with Virginia, I was allowed to come in ahead of time and ask questions. And I was able to observe the staff. I was able to observe the functions of the office. And then once I did come on board, I was comfortable with the ladies and they were comfortable with me. We've just gotten closer, being that we have one small shots here. So with everything that's going on.
Well, also you have 2 good resources on both ends of us too, so.
She's come a long way since she's been here.
Well, teamwork.
Her favorite
Yes.
thing in the world is personnel.
I can tell.
You know me all. Yeah.
She wishes she had 44 staff members.
No, no.
Quick
The
to answer that
ladies
one.
I have are head intervention. They are very, they know their jobs, and I've told them that you know your jobs. Rely on you to do your jobs. I'm here to help manage, I'm here to help facilitate, help to answer questions, help to fight for them, whatever I need to do for them, that's what I'm here to do.
When you're fully staffed, what's the number of
I believe right now we have 21. That includes 2 part-time that's on staff. We did have 3. I don't look to fill that other third part-time position at all.
Now, you counting those in the 21?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then there should be 2 more positions
2 more.
that I should have. And then if I decide to have a chief,
Circuit clerk had a chief for many years, and then when she retired, it was never backfilled. So yes, no, you're not.
Okay.
The assessor does not have a chief. Tony's got 3.
I saw the whites of his eyes on that one.
Aren't you ladies not gonna be here when you can,
I'm coming in.
So that's where we were. And like I said, they just added the first of the year. I didn't see coming. But someone else may have known. Judge McLaughlin is going to be in a rotation. So,
Oh, yeah.
so that means we'll have, in addition to it's just finding a courtroom. She's going to still be between all 3 counties. The case number will be distributed amongst her.
We did have a question we proposed to the sheriff, and I know it's not your department, it would be the chief magistrate, I think. His abilities to start, if he could, to look into scheduling the deputies' need in the system, I guess, whenever there's an issue coming up, that would coincide with their schedule. And so they're less likely to have overtime for them being off duty and then have to come back in.
Usually the judges schedule.
Okay.
Each one of them schedules their own hearings and their
Just-
schedule is what their docket's going to be like.
Right.
If they do that themselves. You just receive it. That's kind
I know that's, the sheriff did mention that is used up in Mon County.
Okay.
And other places that they try to schedule, you know, the court appearances for the deputies during their scheduled workday. So,
Yeah, because right now a lot of them are getting scheduled on their days off, which then puts them into overtime.
Right.
Which ultimately costs a lot more money.
Yes.
just a thought. Anything else, anybody? That's in here.
Shelley's, she's only been here a short time, and we worked together before she was sworn in, and she has pulled in very quickly. She's doing a good job. Is not afraid to ask about personnel and budgets, and sometimes she comes over just to vent.
Very good.
But that's okay.
You're worried about Carol, isn't Carol Miller coordinating with all the judges?
She's the court administrator, reports, kind of works for the chief administrative judge.
That's the question to her.
I do believe each judge has an assistant, right, or
They
a
do.
secretary who mostly does their scheduling.
Yeah.
And they have access to the deputies' schedules.
I think
So all they
Cheryl-
would really have to do is look down there and see what days the deputies are scheduled and set the court dates to be on the day that that deputy's actually on the clock.
It sounds easy enough. I just want to make sure it is
I
easy
think
enough.
Carol coordinates always because I'll start with Carol and it's Carol. She could maybe coordinate with that for those things.
If that'd be possible, just to try.
Well, I think Judge Reddy, who's now the chief administrative judge for the 26th Circuit, he has mentioned that he would like to meet with President, Vice President. So
Anytime.
we'll set that. We haven't scheduled because of budgets.
Right.
But maybe we can set that up mid-March, now that things are slowing down a little bit.
And then with Chief Magistrate.
Bill, would that be possible too?
Sure.
Okay.
Anything's possible. Wherever you want.
I mean, because, I mean, his scheduling of court also that plays into it.
Chief Magistrate?
Norris.
It is critical to get the overtime down. I think that would really help.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
I think that's it, Ellie. She used that term loosely, didn't she? Gentlemen.
Yes. You got your check. You check that card too. Is it demo card or your checkbook?
Wow.
Tony,
It's
they
almost
have
40.
5 minutes before they can adjourn, 4 minutes before they can adjourn. You like to want to say a few things?
We would like you to. Come on up. Tony, good to see you.
She got the check for you and your demo card also came in. She's gonna give you. Just issue.
Shelley, you dropped something in that third row.
I missed it.
Back, I'm sorry, third row from the behind there. The rear. You still carrying that bag around with you? Had that bag around last time.
That's lunch. That's his lunch.
Still
Is
carrying
that your lunch,
bag?
Tony? Did you bring us lunch?
That's his mail bag.
Oh, my pay. Okay. Okay. Good. Okay, good. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
See you.
Thank you, Shelley.
Bye, gentlemen.
Bye-bye.
See you, Doug.
We're lucky to have her.
She's very good.
Yeah.
She gonna be good clerk.
Yeah, she was great.
Okay, 4 o'clock, the hour, nobody's here, no items from the public. Mr. Barnhart,
Mr. President, I move to recess.
we are in recess.
Hey.